Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, and all that. Thanks for showing up. I'm Alan. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Cold One with the boys.
There's Mary Santora,
Hi guys, no babies.
newly vaccinated.
Got my second shot today.
Got mine on Saturday. Poundcake is out. He is still wrapping up his time in Portland, so I will be picking up the phones today. Always exciting. So if you call, I'll just be picking you up.
Real Forrest Gump box of chocolate situation, you know?
And probably
Yo, mama.
just putting you on hold and seeing what's up. So if you'd like to join us telephonically, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. See, I'll just go, hello? It'll be like you're calling a pal. I won't even go, Alan Cox Show. I hope that you know who you're calling. I'll just pick up the line and I'll go, hello? And it'll be like that.
Hello, who's this?
Hello, who's this? Where are you calling from? All right. Anywho, 35192 if you'd like to text. I will see those. I always see those, even if I don't respond. As Bill said, you can watch the show. Thank you to Jebediah Pumpsplat. Jebediah Pumpsplat for helping in the video department.
Is it Jebediah or Jebethidah?
Boy, that's a good question. I mean,
The answer is yes.
Jebediah?
Jebediah?
Boy, that's a mouthful. Jebediah, who
Met
knows?
Jebediah in Indiana.
Uh-huh. That's right. So anyway, join us however you want to, or remain entirely passive and then just enjoy the program as much as you possibly can, as much as humanly possible. I did a cameo this morning. I think we're all three of us on Cameo. I did a cameo this morning for Mother's Day.
Oh.
Can't imagine why, but I did. I was happy to do it, but I was also surprised to get a request for a message for someone's mother.
Not your own mother.
Not my own mother. No, I don't think my mom even knows what Cameo is. But maybe I'll send my own mother.
Why not?
Mom, I got a big surprise for you, right? First, you got to download this app.
And then you got to send me $30.
And then you've got pro bono. And then you've got to create a password. They will probably track you, of course. But nevertheless, whatever. So you got your shot this morning.
I did.
Numero dos.
Numero dos.
And I got mine Saturday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And other than, I think I basically felt the way Bill felt, other than like a really bad headache and sleeping most of yesterday, I felt okay.
Yeah.
I feel fine today.
I'm pretty tired already.
When did you get yours?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah, I feel drained. I mean, I don't know. It could just be the time of day too. But my arm in the first one, like probably starting about now. My 4 hours after I got my first shot, for like 2 full days, I couldn't lift my arm, and that's how it's already starting to feel. Like my arm is super sore.
You went to Wolstein Center like I did? Boy, that is a well-oiled machine.
Oh,
down
yeah.
there. I mean,
Dude,
in and
I was
out.
not even 2 minutes today because I don't know if they just didn't have as many people, but they were waiting with the carts by our chairs when we walked in. So
Yeah.
walked in,
That was
sat
amazing.
down, shot. It was like, oh my goodness.
Both
Yes.
times I went through there, they were like as I was sitting down, they were pulling the cart up to
Yeah.
me and just like jamming it in and they're like,
crazy.
sit there for 10 minutes and get out of here.
Well, because Gwen dropped me off because I was having my car looked at or something. So I said, literally, circle the block and I'll be out by the time you get back around.
Right.
And that's essentially what it was. Yeah, the cart's right there when you sit down and
craziness.
the whole bit. So,
It's still so surreal, too. Just being in there, it feels like a scene from a movie. And I don't know if it's just because, like, everybody's just facing the same way, which is a weird...
Well, and the military, too.
Yeah, like
there's a military component.
Oh, yeah, all the hot military guys. I was paying attention to that because Poundcake was
so young looking.
They had masks
you can't
on.
see them.
Yeah.
Masks on.
They're wearing fatigues and they got their masks on. There's no way he's just attracted to the uniform.
Yeah.
Think of all the hotness over the last year that we have been deprived of by not seeing what people look like. You can't really, like, quietly ogle people. You can't kind of give them the side eye or whatever. It's like once in a while you'll see, some eyes that look nice and you go, oh, I wonder what the rest of the face could be. Mush. Who knows, right? But
my sister and I went to dinner last night and I wore like a cute outfit. I wore like a tight, low cut shirt that I would never wear like on stage or anything like that. And then like a jacket over it and black skinny jeans and high heels. And when we were walking around, I felt people looking and I asked her, I was like, do I look good or have people just not seen people in a year? Like, I think that's just, everybody's either been on Zoom calls or on social media. So it was just weird to notice people. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. It felt weird. And I'm like, I think people just haven't been around other people in so long.
Maybe you're underestimating the appeal of your outfit.
Yeah.
Maybe
was a good outfit.
Maybe they were looking at your outfit. Maybe you're
It's a
not
good
giving yourself
reminder
enough credit.
To the ladies out there, you don't have to wear a mask on your boobs.
You don't. And I don't wear
It's
my
called a
boobs.
bra, Bill. They've been around for a long, long
But
time.
you don't
And I said you
have
don't
to.
have to wear it.
Some do.
I don't wear my boobs out a lot. That's not a thing. I did that a lot when I was bigger. But it felt nice to have a little cleavage out, little side eye from people. It's like,
But you've been performing with cleavage.
Mm-mm.
Really? You've
Not
been doing shows in
almost.
turtlenecks?
I dress pretty plainly on stage.
Oh, I thought you got all jazzed up for like the album recording and.
I did,
She
but I
looks
had
nice,
like a
but
high
it's like
neck.
it's like usually like a t-shirt or like
Yeah.
like a nice top with a jacket over it.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to focusing on her rock hard abs and body, Alan.
Right.
Excuse
It's
me,
about
sir.
the jokes.
Excuse me, sir. My jokes are up here.
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
Thank you very much.
I bought a new shirt. It's the cutest thing, and it is super sexy. And I was like, I tried it on for my boyfriend the other day. Where
Is
it's
it a
like,
T-shirt that says "I'm with stupid"?
It does,
but it's just low cut.
No, it's not low cut. It has a belly button hole cut out of it.
Hey, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a hilarious fad.
Yeah, it's like it goes all the way up like a regular T-shirt, full sleeves, but just the belly button hole.
Yeah. So you can see your piercing.
Yeah.
The whole bit. I like it.
It's nice.
Yeah. That could be the next.
never know.
When you think about it, I was like, what's the next fad going to be? Sometimes you've got to create your own thing.
Yes.
Right? I tried to get underwear over the pants going a few years ago. And other than a handful of extraordinarily mentally ill listeners, didn't really take off.
It's
Did
because
not take off.
You were using long johns.
No.
Yeah.
No briefs.
Oh, briefs.
Yes, a very specific kind, a very specific size briefs. Bill was in Indianapolis all weekend, where I assume he was showing lots of cleavage.
Lots of
Oh, I
belly
was
button.
having a great time. Yeah, I did a lot of belly button on stage. It was a good time working with Steve Byrne, getting ready for the album recording. That's at Hilarities May 7th through 9th. Those tickets are still available. Get them now, please. And yeah, it was awesome, except on Friday night going into Saturday, the alarm in my hotel started going off around 3 a.m.
Ugh.
And like
Well,
the fire
it's finals
alarm,
week there in Indianapolis.
is it what? The college joke.
I forgot he doesn't get
doesn't go to
college
colleges.
jokes. I'm sorry. Finals week here.
Is that a finals week thing?
Yeah, they keep pulling when people are trying to get some sleep overnight, for like you're studying or whatever, and some jagoff keeps pulling the fire alarm. This is a dorm thing too, so everybody's got to leave the dorm at the middle of the night.
People think it's hilarious.
They
to pull
think
the
it's
fire alarm.
hilarious. Yeah,
Because then it's 4 a.m. and it's January in Toledo, Ohio, and you're standing outside while the fire department has to come in.
That's right,
the
and you're
worst.
out there in your pajamas or your T-shirt or got your belly button hole showing, the whole bit.
Well, when it first went off, I called down to the front desk. I'm like, is there a fire? They're like, we're checking, but we don't think so. We think there's just a malfunction. And I was like, okay. But then it kept going off again and again. And it wasn't like any rhythm to it. It would go off for a few minutes, and then 3 or 4 minutes later it'd come back on. And then it'd go off for 10 minutes and then come back on. And this started a little bit before 3 a.m. and didn't stop until after 4 a.m. And so then at that point, like, I took my dog with me, and she was so confused by what was happening. It's so loud. So we just went outside and just walked around for a little while, waiting for everything to get taken care of. And that's when I had to, speaking of hilarious, I had to make the jokes.
Oh, you were the guy, huh?
I was the guy. I was making the jokes.
You're yucking it up, baby.
Well, there's like the fire chief was
tomorrow.
like walking around, and he was frustrated because it wasn't anything that he could do because it was the alarm system that was malfunctioning. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, hell of a way to test the batteries, and he laughed at that.
Oh man!
And so I used that on a few people.
You're walking from circle to circle.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Hey, hell of a way to test the batteries, right?
Yeah.
The guy's holding a flashlight.
He's like, I heard you say that.
He's like,
to
I
that
actually
girl.
heard you say
I was out
that. No, I was very careful that nobody knew that I was working material on him, but it was pretty funny. But it was just so goddamn annoying until I woke up the next day and they're like, "Hey, your room's free for that night." So I'm like, "Oh, that makes it better." And I didn't have to haggle with him. Because I didn't have anything to do on Saturday. It was fine for me. But there's a lot of people, like one of the guys I was talking to, he was in town because his brother has COVID, is in the hospital.
Oh.
And
so he's got no sleep.
He's got no sleep, and he's just like waiting to go be able to, basically see his brother one last time.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So he was the guy that I was like, man, that is so tragic. So I'm.
So what joke did you tell him?
I was just like, hey, my friend Mary, she's got a good joke about this.
Right.
I did get a call from an unknown number that night. I should have answered.
Yeah, he should have.
Oh, might have been that guy.
It was him. And
Yes, I like giving out your number to strangers.
Yeah.
I think it's
that
a
you
really
meet when
good
there's
way
a
to
smoke
network.
alarm.
Hey, I'm in Indianapolis. Bill said your dad died. Can you tell me more funny things about that?
You know what? I can send you a pamphlet if you'd like to text me your address. I'll send it via snail mail, or I can send you a PDF. Either way. So you didn't have a joke for that guy?
Well, no, there was actually police over at the hotel next to us. So I was like, you can kind of pick your poison because over there's the police, and over here we got the fire department. So we were just kind of goofing around about that stuff.
Yeah.
But then it got heavy real fast because he's like, "Why are
The
you in
COVID
town?"
guy.
Yeah, and I was like, "I'm doing comedy," and he's like, "Oh, I'm here for my brother that's got COVID. He's in the hospital."
You should have asked if
on
you
a
wanted him to come by
ventilator.
and do some jokes. They go, hey, we're both in town for comedy, then.
Yeah, right.
Right? You need some? I can make some? Why not? That's a missed opportunity.
I guess when it's
More like COVID 20 minutes of waiting outside, right?
Like COVID-19 minutes?
Huh?
COVID-19 minutes?
Oh, no. It's not 2021.
Oh, okay.
This year's COVID 21, Mary.
Okay.
I was talking about last year.
Got it.
Right? More like COVID 19 minutes of waiting, right?
Hey, there you
Yeah,
are.
right, yeah. Except they waited for 20 minutes.
is there a fire alarm we can set off right now?
I know, right? I'm going to go pull one, actually.
Okay, let me take a break here, and somebody will go pull the fire alarm, and all 5 people who work here will probably stream out of the building when we do that. Oh, there it is. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.
evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
My darling, I've hungered for.
Got another $1,000 for you in about 7 or 8 minutes. 2:30 is the next chance for you to go fund yourself with $1,000. So be listening for those keywords, because I'll have one for you. Basically, we skip 3:30, so 2:30, 4:30, 5:30, and 6:30. We were out on Friday, and I took my daughter to her first pottery class. And the moms were not at all amused when I played this on my phone. They did not enjoy that at all. I'm like, hey, there's a lot of young moms in there. I was the only dad. I'm like, well, maybe they don't get the reference. I thought it was pretty funny. I'm like, even if they don't get it, it's going to be funny.
I don't get it.
You never saw Ghost?
Did you ever see the movie Ghost?
I have not.
Okay.
But I know that's a famous scene where he's like behind her helping. Is this the song playing? I'm guessing then?
Playing.
Yeah. Okay.
Unchained Melody is the song. Very, very famous song from the Righteous Brothers. My mom was into the Righteous Brothers when I was a kid, so this song was on in our house. But it's a classic cinema scene. And yeah, they were not amused, whatever, when I, whatever. Just trying to have a little bit of fun. At pottery. It's the only one I'm going to be taking there to because I was off, and so I took her.
How's her pottery? She could.
So far, so good.
She's got it
Every
down.
other kid's making one piece. She's over there making two.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for him to get fired in the kiln and, the whole thing. So.
Like paint it and
Oh, man, the whole thing. I haven't done pottery since college.
took a
good time
ceramics class in high school that I really enjoyed. I hated art. I'm terrible at art. Can't play an instrument to save my life, but you had to take like an art or a music class.
You're an artist.
Yeah, but I don't have to draw my jokes.
Oh, you're not good at that kind of art.
Yes, I'm not good at, like, what is that?
Physical tactile art?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I took a ceramics class, and I actually really enjoyed that. That I was pretty decent at.
Isn't
but, like,
that pretty close to pottery, though? Doesn't ceramics
but
start?
we didn't just make, like, cups and bowls and stuff. We
Yeah,
made,
yeah,
like,
right.
picture frames
Yeah.
and all kinds of different things like that. But I really enjoyed that class. It was, like, the only art class I've ever taken that I liked.
Was ceramics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Anzac. She still listens, so shout out to her. Name's Miss Boone now.
Oh, this
but
was in high school.
This was in
This
high
wasn't in
school.
college.
Yeah.
Okay.
High school.
All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm not good at art.
I
I'm
liked
real
art
bad
classes
at
a lot.
I was like good at drawing and stuff like that until I was in like 5th grade, and then it just went away.
Yeah.
Like I would draw so much because that's what I do in church a lot of times. Is I just draw different things, and so but then I guess I just stopped, and now if I try and draw anything, it's so bad.
I haven't tried to
I like
draw
painting
anything
though.
as an
Painting's
adult.
fun.
Well, I was so into comic books when I was a kid that I was sure I was going to become a comic book artist. That was all I wanted to do. So my parents were constantly buying me those books on how to draw things. Like, here's how to draw these characters. They bought me these anatomy books. Like, here's how you draw the human body and all this stuff. Start from scratch. I was way into it as a kid.
I can't do
until I started playing the drums.
Do you paint now?
I mean, I will paint some things, but like I like going to like the sip and paint things.
Yeah,
Those
like
are
the
fun.
artist for a day or whatever.
Yeah, but
Bill's wine and painting date.
I don't do it often, but whenever I do it, I go, oh yeah, I should do this more. I really enjoy it. I'm not a good painter in any, but I just like doing it.
You like the act
Yeah.
of painting.
Yes.
A girlfriend of mine who's a comedian, she's starting to do paintings in her free time, and they are abstract.
Oh.
And I think that just means I don't know how to paint. For her, she's never been an artist before, so it's just kind of like brush strokes.
Well, abstract is a great umbrella if you're just screwing around.
Yeah.
My wife paints a lot, and she's dynamite.
Yeah.
But she just does it for fun.
Yeah, that's
And I'm
kind of
like,
how my
man,
girlfriend is.
That's what pisses me off. Is like when somebody's just kind of playing around, and you're like, man, that's really good.
Mhm.
I don't know what it is, but man, it's really good.
I enjoy looking at it.
Boy, yes.
Could be a frog.
Oh, my God.
Don't know.
Whatever. Yeah. But again, abstract art, we were talking about the guy who had his art stolen, and it was basically a bunch of bubble wrap that was glued to a thing.
Yeah.
And he goes, Mother, they stole my art, or they popped the bubbles on my art. If your art is that fragile, or if they're not keeping people away from your exhibit or whatever. But those pieces can still go because it's beautiful. It's all subjective. It can go for whatever.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
You should be selling your jokes as NFTs.
I will not.
Nah.
Paint my jokes onto canvas and
No, just here's a little clip of video of me telling one of my jokes.
A screenshot of a clip of a video.
A screenshot of a clip. That's right.
I promise there's a joke in there.
Or one that bombs. It's a non-funny token.
There you go. Yeah.
Sell it that way. There's something there.
There's something there.
I know it is. Something there.
At the Cleveland Museum of Art, there is a statue that's out front that was blown up by protesters. I can't remember when it was.
Oh, not like enlarged.
I was like,
you mean
exploded?
No, like it was
destroyed.
Like, yeah, someone there was some something that happened there, and they decided that rather than like repair it, just leave it like that. And like now that's part of the story of that statue. So sometimes when you destroy art, it adds to the art because art.
Because art, yes.
Because art.
It's easier to destroy than to create.
Yes.
And yet, by destroying something, you have created something else. Indians win over the Reds. They avoid the sweep in Cincinnati yesterday. That's 6-3. First of two tomorrow here in town against the Chicago White Sox. That's going to be an early-ish game. That's 6:10 tomorrow and Wednesday, so we'll be out of here a little bit early. But you'll be able to hear it here on MMS, of course, if you are in town, but you can't listen on the radio. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app. And they've also announced that the tickets for all the May home games are going to go on sale 2 weeks from today, and they are increasing the capacity from 30% at Progressive Field to 40%.
Woo!
There's simply no way to know what percent increase that is, but they are increasing it from 30% to 40%.
It's actually not an increase.
It's not an increase at all?
No.
Oh, okay. They will be decreasing capacity from 30% to 40%.
Now you got it. Now you
Good.
got it.
All right. So they're going to start selling tickets for the May home games on the 3rd of May.
Hey, there you go.
Okay. Whatever you want to do, you can go to indians.com/tickets. But listen, maybe by the end of the season, they'll be at 100% capacity. Maybe we'll make a big deal out of the last week of games at home in the regular season. You know, maybe they'll get to play some October ball. Who knows?
That'd be nice, especially since we'll be down there.
Yeah, be great.
We could be able to go down there and be there for playoff baseball. That'd be incredible.
I'm already planning all my vacations. I booked a bunch of clubs all over, and so now I'm because I'm telling you, dude, getting this second shot today, I already feel less anxious than I have for the last 4 months, because so much of it was revolved around what if I get COVID and die like my dad, you know? Mm-hmm. So a lot of that, I already feel better. And I know you can still get it, right? I know that. I know you can still get it. 90% effective.
I'm putting a stick in her spokes from the jump.
That's okay.
Hey, that's my job.
Yeah, that's Bill's job to yell.
I'm sorry, Bill. I was increasing our capacity from 30% to 40%.
But I felt so good. But it was cool it felt good to look in different cities and see, I was looking in Pittsburgh in September, and I was like, oh, maybe the Tribe's playing it. It's just exciting to plan stuff again, just the little things. You know what I mean?
Well, all of our weddings that got postponed from last year are now coming due this year. So we're going to be traveling quite a bit. And I was at the dentist this morning making small talk with my dentist, and she goes, so you got any trips coming up? I go, yeah, I got a lot of weddings this year. And she goes, oh, you do weddings? I go, no, I'm just friends getting married.
Married, you dummy.
Yeah. AC Chicken Dance going to be out there doing who knows? Hey, I got $1,000 here for you, a chance for you to go fund yourself. Boot up WMMS.com and pay attention.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I was, as I was lying there in the dentist chair this morning, I'm looking at this. We're surrounded in this dentist office by beachfront art. They want to put you in a good frame of mind, if you'll pardon the pun. And
I will not.
I didn't even mean to do that. So I'm kind of lying there looking at it, and I'm kind of closing my eyes and waiting because they're dealing with somebody else. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to lie here and meditate. And then they come in and because I've been trying to get into meditation recently, as I think a lot of people have, and they run all these ads for these meditation apps, which I don't necessarily think you need. I say, hey, if I close my eyes, that's me meditating. And some people go, no, that's just resting your eyes. So then it comes down to, all right, well, how do you do it?
Yeah,
Are there hard, fast rules? Some people say yes, some people say no.
I say no.
Well, everybody does it differently, but like the focus of meditation is like clearing your mind and thinking about like your breath and being present in the moment.
Well, I was
and,
at the dentist, so my breath was amazing.
Yeah. I meant more like the rate of
the
breath,
breathing.
the breathing, yes.
Well, I got my
that
Fitbit now, so,
Hey,
you know.
look at you.
But no, here's the thing, though. I don't know if there are hard, fast rules. I know there are people into TM, Transcendental Meditation, who've done it for a long, long time. And it sounds like there's a degree of training for that. Because I know for me, and it's probably true for a lot of people.
And Republicans are trying to get it banned.
Yeah, that's right. For me, and probably a lot of people, it feels almost impossible to quiet your mind.
It's very hard.
I assume that's the part that requires the most training. Is you're like to just kind of, who knows, just to be nowhere and everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, that's the hard part about it is like when you feel your mind start to wander, like when you're calming, you're taking deep breaths, and then you'll start to like think about what you have to do later in the day. It's bringing yourself back to, no, we're not thinking about grocery shopping. We're thinking about being right here. Feel your body on the ground or wherever you're sitting. And
see, that's the stuff
hard
that
part.
I don't.
So you think that there are rules?
No, I mean, I'm saying everybody's different and trying to think of like when I have to do like the pay attention to my breathing and be in the moment thing, that's not relaxing to me.
I don't know that meditation is. I don't think that that's the same thing.
Okay, well, but it's like being in the moment or whatever. But like when I have to pay attention that much to
Your
things
body.
What is my body? What?
Your body tells you a lot of things when you listen to it.
Like what?
Like if you can tell if your heart rate is super high, if you're feeling anxious, or you can tell if your breathing feels
smartwatch, got that.
shallow, or all kinds of different things. If your brain feels all over the place and cluttered.
But I'm saying
out.
doing the like focus on your breath, focus on the floor, focus on you're just feeling stuff like that doesn't, because I'm so cynical. I think doing that is so dumb.
That's why I think the practice
doesn't do
comes
anything
in.
for me. So I think what works for me is just having those moments to get the same result, but do it my way.
Sure. Whatever
your way
works
is what?
for you.
Killing bugs, just smashing them.
With your bare hands or with your tongue?
Why would I
With your
use my
tongue.
bare hands?
You don't want to get those dirty. You'd be holding a microphone later on or something.
No, I think things like exercise isn't meditation, but it can be, I think.
I don't know.
So
What's the definition of meditation?
But you're
Let's go
talking
from
about
there.
ritual.
Ritual.
Like I'm a
okay.
big fan of ritual.
I'm very much a big fan of ritual.
Even though we both grew up very religious and now hate those religions respectively, I still like ritual.
Routine, ritual.
Yes.
But even like that's what gets me into that
For some people, meditation
space.
is their ritual.
Like driving is almost meditative for me.
Yes, big time.
Like that's like when I just turn off everything and just listen to the road and what the road's telling me.
Hey, there you go.
And the road's saying, get back into your lane.
No,
You're falling asleep.
The road is saying hell is real. Repent. At least when you're driving through southwest Ohio and
Yep.
Indiana.
Or Michigan. Yeah. He is returning. Right.
Marriage
But
is
I think
between
there's
one
just
man and
a
one
lot of
woman.
ways of doing it, and I think it's just so like when you recognize, like I missed because I don't drive as much as I used to, but like having a 5-hour drive and then just not doing anything for an hour long part of that drive and just like zoning out and just driving and then like almost feeling like you transported.
Yeah,
It's a nice feeling.
for sure.
That's why I love that place in Lakewood, and I haven't been the Optimal Wellness Center. You ever gone to they have the disensory
tanks?
tank?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best.
It
Never
freaks
done
me out.
that.
I've never
It's
done it.
fantastic because you're almost forced. You're in complete darkness. You're floating in salt water. Some people really want to go the extra mile, and they'll eat like a shroom or something before they go in
Yeah.
there. That's not really for me, but it's
I still never
fantastic.
done one of those.
Oh, it's the best.
You talk about-
just flotation desensory tank.
I feel like it'd be so weird.
It is.
I'm too weirded out to do that kind of stuff.
Because you feel like you're floating, you have no sense of your space or
Right,
anything
doesn't
because
that
it's
go like-
completely pitch black. Yeah, it's great.
That doesn't seem like a place for someone who struggles with anxiety. Where you're like, I can't feel my limbs.
Or me.
And it's super dark right now. Like, this is uncomfortable.
Well, maybe not the first time, but I
Yeah.
would imagine, the second or third time, maybe it would work. Might be good for that.
I had a really bad week last week as far as like anxiety, panic attacks, things like that went, and so I was trying to.
Did you lick some bugs?
I didn't use my tongue. No, I licked them with something else.
Wait. You licked them with something else?
I licked them with something else.
All right.
Great.
Women's bodies are so confusing.
Yeah,
They
there's
really
extra
are.
buttons down there. You don't know. But I downloaded 2 different meditation apps, and I was very frustrated because with the free version, you get like 1 3-minute guided meditation, and then everything else costs money. And I was like, why are people...
The first taste is free,
It's
baby.
so annoying. Like every single thing, because I was trying to find something to help me fall asleep. And so I was like, oh, I've heard so many good things about these different apps. And I was like, everything had a little lock on it. And when you would click it, it'd be like, for $10.99 a month. I'm like, you know what? So I just went to YouTube.
That's not helping me
I was going to
meditate.
say, go on YouTube. There's like 4
so
hours of
many.
spa music.
Oh my gosh. And there's anything you're looking for. There's
I
so
love
many
doing
different
those.
things.
I'll put those on my TV. Like it'll be
Yeah.
like a fish tank with some nice music, and I'll put that on and just chill out. And I like that a lot.
Yeah. I've been trying to focus more on that kind of stuff. And there's a YouTube video. There's this lady who's talking down from a panic attack. I was not feeling great before my show. I was having a really bad day before my show on Saturday in Lorraine. And I had like a 45-minute drive. And so like... I'm also getting used to driving with GPS again. Like if I don't know where I'm going, because I haven't gone anywhere where I don't know where I'm going in a year. So like when the GPS yells at you out of nowhere, like it wouldn't
Yells at you?
When
Well,
you're
that
in like
sounds
when you're in like a state where you're just kind of chilling and you're listening to music, and then the GPS is like in 5 miles, like you're not ready for it.
I
you
don't
know?
I don't have any voice on my GPS.
You don't?
No.
You just look
No,
down at it?
Yeah, look at it.
Oh, I keep
I don't
the
need to
voice
yell
on
at
mine.
That's how I do it too. Also, like if you're doing the meditation app and then it hits you with an ad, it's just like, and calm and breathe and go to stamps.com.
Well, that's the thing is that I was driving. I was listening to this lady do this Talktown video, like talking you down from a panic attack. And I was driving while I was doing it. And she's like, all right, it may feel like you're going to die, but you're not going to die. Let's do a breathing exercise together. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. In half a mile, I'm like, oh my God. I was going to throw up. It was
A
the
bunch
worst.
of assholes.
That's right, Grandma. Yeah. No, I always have it muted on my GPS.
I don't want to look at my phone. I've gotten into a lot of accidents from looking at my phone, so I try to just let it play through.
No, but also it'll tell you how far until you have to get off. So then you look at your odometer and you go, okay, I don't need to look at my phone for another 10 miles.
Yeah, I know that. I do that on longer trips, but like a 45-minute drive where every couple miles you're doing
You
something.
forgot how to get to Lorraine is what you're saying?
I didn't know to the specific place I was going to.
Oh, well, there's like 2 places in Lorraine. So
I know.
once you get to town, you'll figure out, yeah, hey, how do I get to the Palace Theater? They're like,
Right.
It's right around the corner. Okay, thanks.
It's the big thing.
Yeah, it's the big thing
It's
downtown.
It's the big thing that's left.
Right. How was that, by the way?
It was really fun. Thank you
Yeah.
to everybody who came out. The show in Lorraine at the Palace Theater was great. There was lots of people, super fun. It was a good time.
Big venue.
Yeah, everybody was real drunk, but it was it was fun. It was like 7:00, and I was like, man, you guys have been drinking all day.
Yeah, they came to party. They're living in Lorraine, man.
Honestly, people's drinking clocks are set forward because of when things were closing so early.
Oh, yeah.
So people are still like, well, it's Saturday, and I think I got to be drunk by 10 p.m., so I got to get going now. And then, so people have been really up in their early drinking.
I got to take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, you can do that. You'll talk to me because Poundcake is out today. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact payments.
Eventually, that well
Free for all.
is going to run dry.
We're going to be
bug-out bag in his trunk. Unfortunately, it contains only Pez, comic books, and moist towelettes. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from out of state, tell me where. Make sure that you are on the map of Bureau Chiefs. I just sent out another big batch of stickers for people who had requested them. You can always shoot me an email for those. Mark listens in Greenville, Indiana. Nate is in Nashville. Nick is in Raleigh, North Carolina. He used to be our bureau chief in Shanghai. And Luke is in Intercourse, Pennsylvania. So thank you, one and all. Cavaliers lose in Chicago last night to the Bulls. They will play the Pistons tonight. Is there a team, Alan, worse than the Cavaliers? Yes, there is. The Detroit Pistons. And they're going to play them tonight, 7 o'clock here on WMMS. So 6:30 is when that pregame coverage will begin. Cavs live tonight on WMMS. Cavaliers, Pistons. Detroit Pistons are 17-40. Cavs right now stand at 20-36. So, boy, it is going to be a real clash of the Titans. The Pistons are the worst team in the East, with the Orlando Magic in between the Cavs and the Pistons at the bottom of the standings there. Who's the worst team in the West?
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
You are absolutely correct.
Right.
They are at 15-43. They can't get anything going.
Yeah, they got a rookie that's real good.
Well, he's certainly producing for them.
Yeah, he is. The rest of the team just
oh, really?
Trash, yeah.
He's the one trying to carry him?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe they should send Kevin Love back.
They would have won him.
He's past his prime, right?
He's
right.
past his prime. His contract is ridiculous, and no one's going to want it.
Right. Yeah, so he's just basically burning it away in Cleveland, right? He's just riding it out with the Cavaliers.
Yeah, I mean,
until he goes,
there's
I'm
worse
retire.
ways to make $120 million.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Right. So your top teams right now, Philly, Brooklyn, Jazz, Suns, Phoenix, having a hell of a season.
Yeah.
They are usually not near the top of the standings,
if
I recall correctly. And your Warriors are firmly in the middle. So anyway, Cavs at home. I'm sorry, in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena. I think that's where the Pistons play now.
Correct.
Right downtown. They used to play out at the Pontiac Silverdome.
No.
The Joe Louis Arena.
No.
Where'd they play?
The Palace.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Palace of Auburn Hills.
Yes.
You know, I was on the air in Detroit for 5 years.
That would be ridiculous to play a basketball game in the Silverdome.
As I said it didn't sound. The Silverdome's been like dead for 15 years.
Well, the Timberwolves used to play in the Metrodome in Minneapolis, and it would be like
where the Twins
played and where the Vikings played.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did that for a very long time, but they did. And then also, like, if you go back to like the 80s and early 90s in the NBA, there were some arenas where you're just like, this is where a professional team's playing. Even the old Chicago Stadium was,
oh my God,
kind of a dump.
Kind of a dump. You had to pay a guy in the parking lot $15 just to make sure nothing happened to your car.
Yeah.
And then, oh my God, yeah. And taking your life in your hands going to the old Chicago Stadium.
The San Antonio Spurs, they played in just like a big warehouse, basically.
Yeah.
It was really weird because you just see like curtains all over the place, and they're like, hey, we turned into a basketball court. Come on out.
Yeah, I remember when I would drive into Detroit, if I had to do an appearance or something for my station, if you ever drove past the Silverdome, it literally looked like it was just being left. Like one of those movies, those TV shows, when the world takes over or whatever, where they
Trees
just,
growing in the
life
parking
after
lot.
people, yeah, because like weather had taken the actual roof in, and it was just standing there in just awful disrepair. The record attendance there, however, was WrestleMania 3 in 1987. It was 93,000 people. Wow. I remember going to see the old. They used to have the Bears play the Packers. I'm sorry, the Lions.
That makes sense.
They would play like on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It was like the Lions and the Packers or the Bears, something.
Well, the Lions always play on Thanksgiving, so
Yeah.
it's probably they would do like division rivals, so it'd probably be either one of those.
Whatever it was when Charlie Batch was still with the Lions a long time ago. It was my first year in Kalamazoo, so I was the lowest man in the totem pole. So on Thanksgiving Day, I had to take a bus full of listeners to the Pontiac Silverdome to see this football game. Ended up being a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody. Nobody knew me. I was like brand new at the radio station, so it's a good way to ingratiate yourself with the customers. And it was fun. Barry Sanders, I think, was still playing.
Oh, I don't know about that. What year?
95?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But Charlie Batch? I guess he did play. He was in the league for a long time.
Yeah, Charlie Batch was in there.
Yeah, because he was like the backup for Roethlisberger for a long time, but he was just kind of that journeyman quarterback that just kept signing. They're like, okay, we'll keep him around.
Yeah, you make like $3 million a year.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being a backup quarterback in the NFL, by the way, because you can make decent money. You're never going to make $140 million, but you can make 3 or 4 a year.
And it's even more now.
Yeah, and if you're smart, you're like, okay, well, I'm practicing.
Yeah.
Something happens to that guy, I'm in there.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Game is on my shoulders.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic.
Probably around 98 then, because he was with the Lions 98 to 2001.
Okay, so that's right. That's right about the time that I left Michigan and went to Pittsburgh.
So he
wasn't with the Steelers yet. It was still Tommy Maddox.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. Barry Sanders, I want to say retired in like 97 or 98.
There you go. Barry Sanders, is he still alive?
Yeah.
Is he? Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, he ran for president last year.
Everybody else did.
Yeah.
You're thinking of Bernie Sanders.
Are you sure?
I'm almost positive. Now, what I'm not sure about is whether or not Bernie Sanders ever played for the Detroit Lions. And I'm almost positive.
You're confused.
I am now. I'm almost positive that he did not, because I think he's pretty well posted up in Vermont.
Except on Sundays.
He might have played for the Montpelier Maulers back in the day. I think
Those are the guys that wear the silver sneakers and walk around the mall?
That was a USFL team, I think. Didn't Vermont have a USFL team?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not all that well versed in the USFL.
No, you weren't a big Baltimore Stars fan back in the day?
Yeah, not really.
All right. Well, it's worth looking into.
I don't know if it is.
You don't think so?
I don't think it is.
I've still got my old Chicago Blitz T-shirt.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But if you're
Still
not into
fits.
it, that's even cooler.
No, I feel like that's sad. You know, you put on a T-shirt that you've had for a long time, and you go, "Oh, it still fits." And in your brain, you go, "That's awesome." But then you go, "It's kind of not." Sorry,
Wow.
Pittsburgh Maulers, not the Montpelier Maulers.
It's not. You didn't get bigger?
Well, that's the
Still
sad
fits.
part.
What?
Yeah.
That's the sad part.
Were you planning on getting jacked or something? Like, what do you
mean?
Like,
How do you want it to not fit? You want it to be too loose? Do you want your arms to be bulging out the seams?
No. It should be too small. It
Okay.
should be too small.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the sad part? I don't get.
Because you should be in a different size than when you were younger. I don't know.
Well, you weren't like a child. You were an adult, right?
I was 14 years old.
Okay, well.
I mean, the USFL was only around for a couple of years in the mid-'80s.
Okay, well, then you like small shirts. You got a consistent size. Be happy about it.
I guess so.
What I'm realizing so my sisters have had kids and I've been bigger and they've been skinny and we've all gone through so many different sizes that at any given point, pretty much one of us will have whatever you're looking for.
Yeah.
So my sister texted and she's like, "Hey, does anybody have any size 6 shorts? Like, that's what I'm in right now," because she had her baby last year. And so then you go through and I'm like, "Oh, I think I might have some from last summer before I gave them all away." And then so it's just what we realize is we're just giving each other the same clothes for like the last 10 years.
What's the matter with that, though?
Depending on I gave her back a shirt that she had given to me when I gained weight.
And if you
I was just like, "Well, here's this back."
And if you hang on to them long enough, they'll all eventually come back into style,
Right.
too. I was reading a thing the other day. They're like, baggy jeans are coming back. I'm like, F that.
No.
Baggy jeans?
I saw it.
It's got to be just, because fashion obviously is, trends are just a reaction of the last thing.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the last thing was, if it's around too long, Doesn't matter if the new thing's cool or not. Baggy jeans were never cool. They just go, this is the thing now. And then jeans companies
they want to go the opposite.
They want to go the opposite way. They go, well, nobody's buying skinny jeans anymore. Those have been done for a minute. So they're like, we got to sell jeans. So let's tell everybody baggy jeans are back. Mm-hmm. And then people who just keep their ear to the ground on those things go, baggy jeans, okay.
Me and my girlfriend
Like,
were watching
gross.
The Circle, and there's a girl on there wearing they're like high-waisted baggy jeans. They got like big holes in them. And she's like, what is with these big jeans? And I was explaining, I'm like, this is what the girls on TikTok are wearing, because I saw that one girl that was on Fallon wearing jeans just like that. And so that's the new trend, where it's like they're still fitted around your waist, but then the legs are just like almost Jinko size
Yeah,
again.
I'm also kind of separating men's and women's too.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't going to catch me in baggy jeans. But like, my daughter's 16, and that's kind of how she dresses.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look weird. Because I'm like, okay, well, this is what kids are doing, right? But if they're like, no more slim jeans, guys, it's all baggy, I'm like, you can eat my ass. I'm not wearing baggy jeans.
Bill made fun of me so much last year when I bought my flares, and
Which
you're
I
like,
still
I
think
hate
are
those.
stupid.
I
Well,
like them.
I've loved flares since day one, and I was heartbroken when they went away, and I couldn't find them anywhere. Over the weekend, I'm shopping, and this young girl, she might be 20 years old, comes up to me. I walk into the store, and she comes up to me. She goes, hey, I don't know what you're shopping for today, but we did just get in this brand new style of jeans. I don't know if you've ever heard of flares before. And I was like, I grew up in the 2000s. Just check out Christina Aguilera.
Everything
Like,
old
this
is new again.
And
That's
I know
right.
that we got it from bell bottoms. I know that. But just how excited she was about this brand new style of jean. And it was the first time I felt that like old lady where I'm like, honey, we've done this. Like, thank you, but I've been wearing flares since you were 4.
But also,
You know?
they should.
Like,
But also, in those stores, they should get the kids hip to the fact, like, look, this isn't like a brand new thing.
Right.
This is our new line of these.
right.
Right.
And I bought 2 pairs.
Right. Honey, I have flares older than you.
Yes.
By the way. Right. But it's cute. Everything
Yeah.
comes back around. And,
I'm just
you know.
very happy that they are coming back because they're my favorite style of jeans by far. I
Yeah.
love them.
And you can hide homeless people in the legs.
Yes.
Yeah, right around your ankles.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. Hello, who's this? Hello, who's this?
Rick.
Who?
Rick.
Oh, Rick. What's going on? Rick, Poundcake's out, so I'm just picking up the phones.
Yeah, I knew something was going on wrong. I'm like, what's going on here?
You mean going right?
Oh, well, that's your opinion. Well,
Yeah, that is my... All right, what's up, Rick?
yeah, it confuses me.
That's all right. I understand.
Okay, what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Cox, and hello to everyone else. It was a Cleveland Indians game. I don't know who they played, but the first inning, it was 6-0. Who won that game?
Well, that was when they played the Reds over the weekend, wasn't it?
I don't know. In the first quarter, not quarter,
Inning.
first inning, it was 6-0. I fell asleep on it. Who won that game?
What day were you talking about?
I don't remember that. I can't remember the team. Bill, help me out. Bill?
I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, yesterday the Tribe won, and they scored 6 runs, but it wasn't all in the first inning. I think you're thinking of, I want to say Friday, where we only scored 2 runs, and the Reds scored like 10.
It was 10-3 was the final. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's Friday.
Okay, because last I heard, it was 6-0.
And you fell asleep.
Yeah, after that, wouldn't that?
I understand. It's unlikely they're coming back from that, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so.
Now, when did you wake up?
Oh, man, the next day.
The next day. Yeah, all right. I got you.
So, basically, I heard about that boxing thing, and oh, wow. I don't know what's going on.
It's just a celebrity boxing scam that people do, and it's garbage.
Who, Logan Paul?
Yeah, Logan Paul versus
Yeah,
Ben.
that's
I don't even know who
what it
that Ben dude is, but he looked like a Teletubby.
He was an MMA guy or something, or allegedly. I don't know.
And he wasn't really a boxer. He was a wrestler.
Yeah, he's a wrestler, and he doesn't know how to box, and he got knocked out, and then it gets this Logan Paul all like, yeah, I'm good at boxing. Like, you didn't fight a boxer. Fight a boxer if you want to be a boxer.
I thought he'd been fighting boxers. I mean, he hasn't lost a fight yet.
He fought Nate Robinson, who's a basketball player, and then he fought this kid.
I see.
Now,
basically, it just looked like a band festival with some fighting interspersed.
Jake Paul's supposed to fight Floyd Mayweather, but that, like, again, it's a money grab.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because he'll be in traction for a month. Absolutely. The Paul brothers, the prides of Westlake, Ohio, of course.
That's right.
Putting them on the map.
Y'all right. It's all about the money.
Yes, it is, Rick. Of course it is.
It really
right?
is.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
Hey, Alan, I didn't know what the hell was going on with the phone. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right, yes. Well, Poundcake's out.
What's wrong? He knocked out. He just on a date.
No. He had a weekend in Portland, Oregon, and so he's flying back today.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I will say something I haven't said in a long time.
Yeah.
I'm a sticky move.
Rick. Thank you, Rick. Rick, sticking and moving, and Rick. Thanks, pal. Rick. No. By the way,
it's Logan Paul's supposed to fight Floyd Mayweather. Jake Paul beat Ben Askren.
Oh, they're both fighting?
Yes.
Oh, I thought just one of them was fighting.
No.
Oh. Boy, YouTube must not be... Were these guys just getting constantly, like, lawsuits against them, or what? Why are they not doing farting videos anymore on YouTube, or whatever made them tons of money?
They do all that, and they sell all their merch to, like, 12-year-old dudes that want to be like them. Like, they're making lots of money, but this is just another thing to keep them higher profile. And
Boxing.
Also... they're wrestlers, so like they're athletic dudes. Like that's kind of what got Logan Paul popular, was walking around and doing like backflips in the middle of a crosswalk or something like that on Vine, and then it just escalated to like the prank videos and all the YouTube drama stuff that they.
But they were constantly getting in trouble.
Yeah. Got investigated by the FBI.
What's that? Yeah, right. For like sexual assault or something?
I thought it was like weapons charges or something.
Oh, well, that too. I mean, if you're going to do one, you might as well do all of them, You still got to get them clicks, boy.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get people coming back and coming back. That's why, and I don't want to give away too much. I really don't. But I've heard some rumors in the wind. Whispers. Perhaps secrets, perhaps lies, perhaps conjecture, perhaps hearsay, that there are some pending weapons charges against our own Bill Squire. So watch the Bill Squire Show on YouTube to see what happens. Right? You got to get them clicks up.
Yeah,
come on, who knows what's going to happen?
I cover it all.
Yes, that's right.
We talked about what would make us a good cop and what would make us a bad cop.
Uh-huh.
And
weapons charges make you a bad cop.
I guess. Convicted would make you a bad cop.
Oh, anyway, the Bill Squire Show is at AlanCoxShow.com. I'll tell you what, you never know what's going to happen. Bill's fighting Kimbo Slice now. They're digging up Kimbo Slice, and Bill's going to fight the corpse of Kimbo Slice,
and still probably lose. Not much of a fighter.
He's a lover, not a fighter, huh? I bet there's a sport. I bet there's a sport that you would be accidentally... You know how like...
Well, Papa Shot, that's the thing that I'm good at.
No, but you practiced a lot. I mean, like in high school, I was accidentally good at archery. I'm an amazing archer. Don't know if I still am. Probably not.
Pick up the bow.
But I happened to be at the time. Papa Shot, you put a lot of work into. I'm saying something that you would accidentally find you had a great deal of acumen for.
I was very good at that's the thing, is I'll be good at aspects of sports, but I can't put the whole thing together.
What about synchronized swimming?
I'm too floaty.
Buoyant.
Got buoyancy issues.
But I was played lacrosse, and I was very good at just doing the tricks with the lacrosse stick. I could do that stuff very well, but I wasn't fast and I wasn't strong. So all those stick skills, didn't really translate to actual on-field production.
I was going to say, if your stick skills are kind of they're kind of irrelevant if you don't have any speed.
Well, because it was basically I could do stuff that was more akin to the devil's sticks. It was basically just tricks but that's what I have good hand-eye coordination, but I'm not strong, and I wasn't strong then, and I didn't have any speed because I was also a child compared to everybody else in high school.
Opposite of Rick. He's all stick, no move.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play racquetball? Were you good at racquetball?
No, not really good at racquetball.
Okay.
I played it. It's just...
What about high-lie? Bet you'd be good at high-lie.
I can be, okay at things. I'm just never... I never am the best at anything. I can shoot basketball. I'm good at shooting a ball. I'm good at dribbling. But again, didn't have... my growth spurt came too late in my life to do anything with it.
Now, by that time, had there been other spurts?
No, they all came about the same time.
Okay, well, listen, we've covered some ground there. I've got to take a break. 216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007 and 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go. 778-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
No Poundcake today, so I'll just be picking up the phones when people call, if I see them. You can text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Thank you to Jebeditha Palmsplat. Or Jebedith. Did we...
Jebethida.
Say, did we nail that?
I think we should argue about it for a while.
Okay. Jebeditha v. Jebeditha. But we're all good on Palmsplat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been on the same page about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
everybody knows a bunch of Palmsplats, right?
Yes. Well, I know the...
They're very common in my school.
Yeah, they're quite a prominent family in Northeast Ohio. Old money in that Palmsplat family. I was reading about a woman named... Where is her name? Hester Ford. A woman named Hester Ford died in Charlotte, North Carolina a couple of days ago. And she was the oldest person in the United States. She was 115 years old.
That is insane.
Now, given what we know about race relations in this country, it is always fascinating to me that invariably the oldest people in this country are black. And this woman, no different. She became the oldest person. And by the way, I don't understand why they always call them the oldest living American. Like, I feel like we got that. Hence the news that she's dead now. They always say, oldest living American. Like, yeah, we get that she was alive. The oldest American.
Who's technically the oldest American then? That's what I need to know.
Well, I want to know who was
the very first American and like the oldest first American.
Yeah, I couldn't find any details on that.
That would be tough to figure out.
Right. But this woman became the oldest American in 2019 when Alelia Murphy died at the age of 114. So Hester Ford was born in South Carolina in 1905.
That is so
Her husband died in 1963. Oh, think about that. Your husband's been dead for 60 years. They had been married for 40. So 40 years, you end up with 12 children, 48 grandchildren, 108 great-grandchildren, and 120 great-great-grandchildren. So you're married for 40 years, your husband dies, you live another 60 plus 65 years.
What
right?
year did he die? 60 what?
1963 he died.
And they were married for 40 years.
Yeah.
So
They got married in 1921.
And she was born in...
She was young. But that's how they did it back then. That's how they did it.
Right.
That's the times back
That's
then.
right.
It's like, let's do this math backwards here.
But it would be crazy, too. That makes Thelma Sutcliffe, by the way, of Nebraska, the oldest person in this country.
She's got more spawn than most people have Twitter followers.
Yeah. Thelma Sutcliffe was born in 1906. So she will be the oldest American, and she will be the 11th oldest person on the planet. Think about that.
How old's the oldest person on the planet?
The oldest living person on the planet.
the world's oldest living person. The world's oldest living person. Hester Ford, dead at 115 years old. But it is pretty wild when you think about these people who outlive their kids. Mm-hmm. Like, remember when John McCain's mother was at his funeral?
Yeah.
She was like 101 or something. That would really suck.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to outlive your kids, and you sure as hell don't want to live so long that you outlive your old kid.
Or your grandkids.
I mean, like, how old was John McCain when he had brain cancer or something?
He was in his 70s, probably.
Something like that,
80,
right? Yeah.
Kane Tanaka is the oldest known living person. And
Kane Tanaka?
118 years, 107 days.
Wow. Yeah, so John McCain dies, and his mother's at his funeral. Bananas.
They're a turtle.
Huh?
Turtles live to be 115.
Yeah. But it is, and again, I didn't see any footage on the woman. I just saw the story, but it's always like, We've talked about this. What's your secret?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Pepper and cigars.
Right.
You know, it's always the weirdest. So even though I give you a hard time for your sister giving her 18-month-old Dr. Pepper or whatever, that child might live to be 175 years old.
Then you'll feel real dumb.
Well, I'll be dead, so
You
I won't
won't
care.
be.
But
You'll be 200.
if I were alive, I might feel a little dumb. Again, you know, a correlation is not causation. But still, what if there's something there?
Could be. I don't know.
It's not named doctor for nothing.
Oh my goodness, that's what it is.
Maybe
Fixes you.
Maybe he knows something we don't know. I don't know if there was a Dr. Pepper.
There's an ad for whiskey, and they're like, up to 200 notes you can taste. And my girlfriend's like, they don't need that many. Dr. Pepper's like at 23.
23 notes. Yeah. I mean, somebody pointed out, they were like, this woman lived through World War I, World War II, the Depression, the Spanish flu pandemic,
Cold War.
By the time she was 40,
World
she
War,
had
yeah.
lived through all that stuff.
Vietnam, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And now that she's dead, maybe she was the problem.
She's why there were so many wars?
Yeah, and everything. Maybe, I mean, we don't know. Maybe things will get better now.
We don't know.
I don't
But
think
that's a
was
lot for one person to cause that many wars.
Yeah, I agree. Especially where it seemed like she had no involvement.
World War II is mostly focused in Germany, but we don't know what was going on in South Carolina,
I don't know what Hester was doing.
Mostly focused in Germany. That is the nicest way I've ever heard World War II put before. We really turned a blind eye to a lot of stuff before we got involved, but it was mostly focused in Germany. We were like, we don't speak German. We don't know what that guy's saying. It's a lot of Hockensie, Zockensie.
Angry. Why
Yeah.
is he so loud?
Alan, I wish Mary would come here to play the Funny Bone in Virginia Beach. I would love to show her the town. Now, this is a two-parter, right? On the one hand, here's somebody who'd love to see you perform your craft in front of a live studio audience, a live club audience, rather. But on the other hand, it sounds like, it sounds like they're really trying to be. We've got a wedding in Norfolk, which is Virginia Beach area there, coming up. And so maybe you should show me the town.
There you go.
How about that?
Nice little date for the day. Alan and his wife and his kids.
I'm sure Gwen would love that idea.
Listen, I got to meet up with a customer.
Honey, a customer's going to show us around.
No, I'm actually going to try to get in with the Funny Bones again this year. So hopefully I'll be able to come around to some of those more. They're all over the country.
Now, is it Funny Bones or Funny's Bone, like Attorneys General?
Funny's Bones.
Funny's Bones. Ooh.
So
okay.
Funny's Bones.
Yeah.
The S goes in front.
Alan, that woman lived longer than the Soviet Union existed. Yeah, she lived longer than a lot of things existed. She lived longer than everyone who died before her existed. That's the crazy thing about it.
All of us.
All of us.
I think all of us combined almost.
Oh my goodness.
No way to know. No way to know.
Simply no.
No way to know.
No way to know.
I feel like it's pretty close though. So it's...
Okay, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Alan, tell us again how old your grandma was when she died. You son of a bitch!
Just before her 103rd birthday.
You sons of bitches! Like attorneys general. Listen, I miss my grandmother. She was a dear, dear woman. And it's the only connection I have to centenarians in real life, is that my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, was one. And so if I mention it too often for some of you...
At least you're not mentioning your hometown every other day.
I don't think I've ever talked about, I don't like to tell stories about myself. So I haven't really talked that frequently about...
I don't even know where you're from.
Well, and I'm not going to tell you either, because...
Not Chicago, I know
What's that, Grandma?
A bunch of assholes.
I know. Thank you, Grandma. I from beyond the grave, my lovely grandmother. I don't know what you're talking about. But the point being, let's focus. The point is on this old woman, 115. Why, think about that. You go, here I am, never thought I'd see 100, and then you live for 15 more goddamn years. And listen, let's be kind. These people never look good. They never look happy.
Why would you look good at 115?
They never. Well,
she looks good for 115.
Every time they do one of these stories about like old people who still exercise or work out, I've seen a couple. For example, not in the sense of working out. William Shatner's 90 years old. He looks pretty good for 90.
But he's had work done too.
Has he?
I would
think so.
assume.
He's smooth like a bowling ball. It's
Well,
very-
okay. Then that was money well spent because
Yeah.
the guy's 90. A lot of people have work done, but by the time you get to 90,
Yeah.
the scaffolding is starting to dip a bit. But, if you're, they'll be like, Anime, whatever, is 97 and she still lifts weights every day and whatever,
Mm-hmm.
These people look all right. They're doing their thing.
Spry.
Spry. Great word. Spry. She made it back to the roaring 20s. Yeah, the 20s ain't roaring just yet, by the way. I'm curious. People love to refer to the roaring 20s, which led directly into World War II, by the way. But I'm wondering if
buying Bitcoin on margin. It's going to be the same thing.
Yeah, the Great Depression. Yeah, it was fan. There was the roaring 20s. But yeah, I'm wondering when these 20s are going to start roaring again.
Probably.
And how long before, the Spanish flu ended at the beginning of the 1920s, but I feel like not too many of those 20s were roaring. You only had a couple of roaring years.
No, it
before
was roaring
everything-
until
the whole decade? Was the whole decade the roaring 20s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the financial crash, it was at the end of the decade.
1929.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
so you can do a lot of roaring.
I guess
in
we're
9 years.
we going to get, yeah. Okay.
You get one of those flapper skirts.
Right.
For you.
Maybe my 50s will be the most roaring decade of my life. I haven't considered that.
Will you just go around and roar at people?
I will not.
Why?
Because it's not really my thing.
Come on, Katy Perry.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Give
think
us
so.
one roar.
I wouldn't presume on that relationship with our audience. But no, I'm not I wouldn't roar at anyone.
Then how are your 50s going to be roaring?
Well, in the grander sense, not me running around pretending to be a lion.
I'm
but
just
I mean,
saying,
like,
get a mane.
I'm not gonna. No, you're taking it too literally.
Okay,
man.
fine then. Are
Too
you going
literally.
to go on a lot of whitewater rafting trips?
Yes.
For your roaring rapids?
Yes.
Forgot I got to go on one of those.
Yes.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What do you mean you gotta? You hate that stuff.
I agreed to go because
You agreed with whom?
With my dumb friends that I'm friends with.
Why didn't you just tell them what you tell us, you tell everyone? I don't want to do that.
Well, I said I talked about it on the show. I said I had a stipulation where I had to have my own room, and I thought that was going to get me out of it. And they go, "We'll make that happen." And I was like, "Oh crap! Now
that was
go."
that was a whitewater rafting trip?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that
Yeah.
because it's fun. You'll have a great time.
I've been whitewater rafting, and I think it's
Well, then you know.
it's
When did
very
we talk?
overrated.
I had to have been out when we talked
Yeah.
about this.
But yeah, my buddy does one every year, and so he's like, "You want to go this year?" And I was like, "You know what? I'll go if I can get my own room." And he's like, "I'll make that happen."
You don't
And I was
like outside.
That's why I wanted my own room. So
where is this going to be?
Go outside.
Where is it going to be again?
I don't know, West Virginia or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He gets a cabin down there.
Nice.
I feel like it's not easy.
On the
I
gorge?
didn't even like doing canoeing. I mean, I did, but it was
Well,
like...
no, but you have somebody in your raft. You have like a guide in your raft. They don't go, "Good luck.
They might.
Hope you don't hit the rocks." No, you've got a guide who's like, all right, they do a little kind of a preamble where they're like, okay, it's going to be loud, so I'm going to yell. Bill, if you've gone on it, you know.
Yeah.
They go, I'm going to yell, I'm going to go left, or I'm going to go front right. So, because each one of you in the raft, you've kind of got your own thing.
Ooh,
so
that's
like
terrifying.
front right, pull, back for. Oh, it's so fun.
Yeah, but I
so
feel like
fun.
I would be the one who went right instead of left and then tipped the whole boat over.
But these are professional
gonna-
organizations doing this, and even if you did, it's like,
You're
so
also-
everybody
Head
dies.
on a rock
Everybody
and-
dies on your watch. Yeah. Well,
A real roaring trip.
But they don't take you on like real crazy.
not level
rapids.
5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just enough to get the blood pumping and feeling like you did something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a lot of fun. You're going to come back a new man.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, because I don't.
He's not
think
going to go. He's going to
I'm
sit
gonna
out
go
that
and
day.
I'll go down the river at least once, and I will come back the same man. I'll be like, yeah, it's the same as when I went when I was a teenager.
Really?
It's just.
But you're older now. You can appreciate it more.
Why?
You're
Why
going to
don't
go
I
down
appreciate it
you're going to
more?
go down the mighty Shenandoah. Are you telling me that you don't appreciate things more at this age than you might have as a teenager?
I might, but I don't know if
That's
this
all
is
I'm
one
sa-
of those things.
All I'm saying. All I'm saying,
think-
you might. You might
all right.
come back a new man.
I might not.
You might come back.
I am going to go though. I'm going to go.
You might come back as like Rafting Bill.
A guide.
No.
Took a course.
Nah.
Guys, I got to quit the show. I'm a new whitewater rafting guide. Man. All right.
That's like a whole thing I got into on my podcast where people are like act like these survival skills are such big deals to have. When I learned all that stuff when I was 14 and in just trying to get it over with, where you had to get all these merit badges, and I needed to do that to get my driver's license because I couldn't get my driver's license if I wasn't an Eagle Scout. So I passed all that stuff well before I had to.
Yeah, but I was in the Boy Scouts too. We weren't learning extreme survival skills. We were learning like there's what plants not to eat.
No, but we were learning to like survive with just what was around, like starting fires and building. But that's
not like, oh, if you break a bone.
No, they teach you that.
Huh?
They teach you that.
Well, I mean, it basically goes to the level of tear off your shirt and wrap it around the.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that hard.
Well,
it's all these things where the people like, oh, I gotta have these survival skills if I have to get out. Like now, there's people that take it to much higher levels, and like the preppers and stuff like that, where they can operate a functioning household with all the stuff that they have because they grow their own food, they have their own power source, they got their own water source, all that stuff. Now that is hard. But just staying in the woods for a few days, as long as the weather's not too bad, you'll be all right.
As long as the weather's not too bad.
Yeah.
But I mean,
even if it is, you learn those things.
I read a great book. This woman, Judith Matloff, who was like an overseas correspondent for the New York Times or something. She was going around the world all the time for like 40 years before she retired. She wrote this book called How to Drag a Body and Other Tips You Hope You'll Never Need. And it's awesome. Like, she just gives these scenarios she found herself in. And then these things like, if you're going to go to this country, hide this in your shoe or take this, so some practical things, some things you might never need. But it was very interesting.
One of my murder books that I read it opened with that. It opened with a woman describing just how hard it is to dig a grave. And like that's the first chapter where she's like, I'm on my phone trying to Google it. I have no idea how long I've been here for 8 hours. I'm sweating. I can't get out of the grave. Like she's going through this whole it was a very cool way to start the book because it draws you in immediately. But I was like, man, and then I'm Googling like how to dig a grave. And I'm like, I don't want that on my phone, but it's because of the book.
See, I feel like digging a grave wouldn't be that tough because all you'd have to do is reverse engineer a little bit rather than digging the long, deep grave.
You don't want him to be found.
You cut the body in half and then you dig 2 smaller graves in 2 different areas remote from each other. I've never understood why people...
It still needs to be deep. Just because the body is half, they're not standing up.
No, what I'm saying, though, is they always catch people because they go, the body was found in a shallow grave. Probably because it was more work than they thought.
Yeah.
And these people go, nobody's going to find this.
Yeah.
You dig a deep hole, you put half the body in there.
How are you going to cut it in half? You don't have a knife. Now what? You shot somebody. Your only thing that you have with you is the gun that you used to kill him.
You shoot him in half.
Use your teeth. Shoot him in half. Yeah, use your teeth. It's a couple of well-placed whatevers, and you're on your way. Hey, shoot him in. That's a good idea. Shoot him in half. All right, now I have 2 halves.
There you go.
I say you cut them up into small pieces and take them on a whitewater rafting trip and just kind of throw them out as you're going down the river.
You're like you're laying chum in the mighty Shenandoah. Yeah, okay. Well, these are all great questions. Maybe How to Drag a Body, the book I read, will help with those questions. I don't know. It might. Yes.
I wonder if that's there's a book on tape.
Yeah, check it out. Judith Matloff is the woman who wrote it. I've got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact payment. control. You know what you need? We need some bullet control. We need to control the bullets. That's right. I think all bullets should cost $5,000. $5,000 for a bullet. You know why? Because if a bullet costs $5,000, there'll be no more innocent bystanders. Be it. Every time somebody gets shot, you be like, damn, he must have did something. Should they put $50,000 worth of bullets in his ass? And people will think before they kill somebody if a bullet costs $5,000. Man, I would blow your head off if I could afford it. I'm gonna get me another job, I'm gonna start saving some money, and you a dead man.
Classic Chris Rock bit from 20 years ago about how bullets should cost a lot of money, and that's how you deal with the gun problem in the United States. I certainly hoped and assumed that it was only coincidence that there was a mass shooting in Indiana right when Bill Squire went to Indianapolis. Wanted to make sure that the two were not connected. I don't know. It's a whole new Bill Squire. Whitewater rafting, the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
What the hell do I know?
Under protest, just as a friend.
Just
being a good friend.
Had you?
I assume you want them to think twice about inviting me to things.
I know.
And so I got to send that message. And the best way I can send that message is by going and making sure that they understand, oh, we shouldn't have invited Bill.
Throwing up a bunch of roadblocks. Now, let me ask you this.
No, I'm going to have fun.
I was going to say, well, once you agree, I hope that you don't agree and then show them repeatedly why they shouldn't have invited you as a deterrent. As a deterrent. Yeah, right.
No, I'm going to go and I'm going to have fun.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Anyway,
I'm sweaty.
I'm going to give you the weekend shootings in chronological order, okay? Well, gun-related, not all shootings. And
they're bow and arrow shootings?
Well, no. They caught an 18-year-old kid from Ohio sitting in a subway station in Times Square with an AK-47. A kid from Columbus is looking at weapons charges after a couple of subway cops, transit cops, were patrolling a subway station in Times Square on Friday afternoon and found him just sitting there wearing a gas mask and holding a loaded AK-47. So obviously that could have gone much worse than it did. That was Friday afternoon in New York. By Friday evening, there was the FedEx shooting in Indianapolis, where this kid, who was already on a bunch of lists, who had already been referred to a psychiatrist a year prior and had his shotgun taken away. This kid's name was Brandon Hole. Looks about the way you think he'd look. Had his shotgun taken away in March of last year. His mother had raised concerns about his mental state, but he was able to legally purchase new guns just a few months later because the judge in his case, I guess, didn't think that he should be subject. They have a red flag law in Indiana. I don't think every state has these, but these red flag laws, which bars people from possessing firearms if they're found to have a history of presenting a risk to themselves or other people. Pretty standard stuff. But this is where pro-gun advocates are correct when they're against more regulations, is they always say we need to enforce the existing laws. New laws aren't going to do anything if they're not enforced. And that is correct. They usually use it as a diversionary tactic. Clearly, some things got to get figured out. But in a case like this, where a judge goes, I think if I'm reading this correctly, the judge goes, I think this kid's okay. I think he's okay. You know, if you don't enforce that law, if you don't make sure that the kid can't get his hands on anything, then you're going to have this problem where this kid who used to work, he's only 19, kid who used to work at this FedEx facility. Had you already seen it on the local news by the time I texted you?
Yeah.
Okay, I assumed you had, but
yeah.
But you said it wasn't that far from your hotel?
It was like 12 miles away. Yeah.
12 miles.
Not super far.
And they're already dealing with stuff in Indianapolis. They already had some like backyard barbecue shooting or something. And that's what's kind of jamming people up too, is they're starting to refer to, and I don't know if it's for clickbait or what.
I think it is.
You think? They're starting to refer to everything now where multiple people are are shot as a mass shooting, which technically it is. But maybe there isn't any difference. I don't know. I thought about this. Is there a difference between somebody who goes to where they work and kills a bunch of people and the guy in Austin who it was a domestic violence situation, but he killed people in the house? They still call them mass shootings because legally a mass shooting is when at least 4 people are shot. Not killed. I think that at least 4 people are shot. So now we're looking at these maps of mass shootings, and you go, yes.
I think there's a difference.
I mean, there's no difference.
There's not a difference, but there's like categorizing them. Whereas one thing's like a personal thing, and then there's, I feel like, acts of terror that are
mass
happening.
Shooting to me feels public. Like when you hear mass shooting, I think public place.
And that's what I feel like. That's what I feel like we've kind of been trained to be presented that way.
Yeah.
But if 4 people are shot somewhere, so Indianapolis, a guy kills a handful of people in Kenosha, Wisconsin. 3 people dead at a bar.
I feel like the biggest problem is that there's so many of these that we're trying to figure out the semantics of
what technically
is a mass shooting.
Well, there's
so many.
There was that school in Knoxville, Tennessee last week where they said that the cops were quick to point out this wasn't a school shooting. This was a shooting that happened at school. They got they got word that there was a kid in school in the bathroom stall with a gun. So they go in, the kid won't leave, whatever, right? He shoots one of the cops, they kill him in the bathroom stall. So it wasn't like he was going out and spraying.
I thought he never actually discharged his gun.
I think one of the cops was shot.
I think one of the cops was shot, but I think it was like a ricochet or is like a situation. I don't know. From what and that's the thing too, is like you get all these details on these things and we don't really get them all the info all at once or really know what really happened.
Well, to your point about getting confused or whatever, I'll play this clip here. This is an anchor on television in Knoxville who's confusing the shootings because they had they had the one at the school in Knoxville. She's looking at B-roll of a chopper, and that's just responding to a road rage incident in Knoxville that afternoon, and she's clearly trying to figure out what's what.
Oh, this is live, so they are still gotcha. Okay, I forgot about the other shooting. So this is actually live. This is not our taped footage from Austin East High School earlier. The Knox County Sheriff's Office has got their helicopter back in the air because, again, we do have that other shooting investigation now underway about a mile away from the high school.
Right, so they have to tell her, the booth has to tell her in her ear, hey, this footage, this chopper is looking over the road rage shooting that just happened, not from the high school earlier. It's easy to get confused.
So messed up.
You're live doing the news and doing the headlines. So a guy kills some people in Kenosha. This is all over the course of Friday and Saturday. There's a guy, I guess a former detective in Austin, who was being charged with molestation or something, is like going to kill the witnesses. This guy turned himself in. So that's in Austin, Texas. He goes to a house and kills 3 people. There was a mall shooting in Omaha. 2 people arrested after a fatal mall shooting in Omaha, Nebraska. A couple of people shot there. And so I go to kind of look more on this story, and I go, wow, they got the Wikipedia page up on this fast. But they did not, because the Wikipedia page I was looking at was a shooting at that very same mall in Omaha in 2007, where a guy killed 8 people and wounded 4 others. It was the West Roads Mall in Omaha, which is where the weekend shooting was, but they had one over a decade ago. It was the deadliest mass murder in Nebraska since the rampage of some dude in the 50s. So this mall, I mean, granted, almost 15 years apart, but this mall is not, they're not, they've had that story there before. So, yeah, it's confusing, I guess.
Just overwhelming. It's so much that it's one of those things where, like, nobody in Indianapolis was really, like, nobody talked about it at the club or anything like that. Nobody brought it up. It's just one of those things where...
It was still too new, probably.
Well, it's so new, but it's also one of those things where it's like, what are we going to do to stop it? Like,
and what are you going to say?
Yeah, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
Like, we all know it's sad. So we don't want to bum each other out trying to talk about it.
Helpless.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a lot of people still defending. I mean, not the lefts are coming to take your guns or anything like that, but I mean, like, I haven't personally seen a lot of gun advocates. Like, what do they say in these situations when you see something like this where there's,
It's not guns that kill people, it's people.
Well, the thing that
Mental health, that kind of thing.
The thing that sticks in my craw, though, is it's an administrative point. But over the past year, it brings into clearer focus. They're still dealing with this Dante Wright shooting in Minneapolis, where this cop thought she had her taser and had her gun and killed him. There's a billion questions there. This wasn't a rookie. She'd been on the force for 26 years. Now she's looking at manslaughter charges. Everything from how the hell did you not know that wasn't a taser to whatever, right? But what I don't like is the same people over the past year, or the very people who go, all they had to do was not resist arrest. Don't resist arrest. But over the past year, those same people have been like, resist the government.
Yeah.
F your masks.
Storm the Capitol.
Storm the Capitol.
Where there's a lot of resisting and rioting and and then there's
don't resist arrest. Resist masks. Fight the real oppression of not being able to get a haircut.
There's constantly videos of white guys interacting with police officers, not following their directions. There's the one where the guy was like in his truck and drives off with a cop like hanging onto the truck. No shots fired. There's a guy in Ohio. He's got a gun on him, puts his hand on it, and threatens the police officer. And those police officers handle those situations without escalating it. And the question is, for a lot of people, why in those situations can they not escalate the situation? And in other situations where it involves a black person, they are so quick to use deadly force.
Well, and it does go back to what laws you enforce, too. There are laws on the books in a state like Minnesota where you can't have an air freshener because it's considered an impediment to seeing out your windshield. But if you pull a guy over because he has an air freshener, that doesn't have to turn into something.
No.
Or don't pull him over at all. Go, that guy's got an air freshener. Is it on the books that you're not supposed to have that? Yeah. But there are laws that go unenforced all the time. Traffic laws and things like that. Now, if you had Pat Robertson goes off on the cops on your bingo board, feel free to check that off. I didn't see that one coming. Pat Robertson is a weird bird because clearly he's, I can't tell if the guy's like on his way to losing his marbles or what. Most of the time he falls exactly into the column you think he would. But other times it's like somebody flipped the switch and this guy's like, what's going on with the cops? Pat Robertson. He had a Glock and a taser on his show. He's like, this doesn't look like this. What's going on? This is bright yellow. This is
the weight is incredibly different. The side of the body you have him on is different. You don't keep him on the same side. There's a lot of differences there.
Again, I've only learned those things in the coverage of these kinds of stories.
Right, but if you're a 26-year cop, you would know those things.
Right. Some of these stories, unfortunately, they're like, the kid had been on the force for 2 weeks. You talk to people who've gone through police training and they're like, yeah, you get like a week of firearms training and then they're like, all right, have fun. The 22-year-old kid who's new on the force or whatever, like those make sense. But this woman in Minneapolis who'd been on the force for 26 years.
Terry, I know cross and all that rest of it, but can you feel this one and then feel this one and tell me you couldn't tell the difference?
This is lighter.
Of course it's lighter. We don't have the battery in that because if we did, we...
Also, I want to say,
I like how he tells her, we don't have the battery in that taser because I don't want to accidentally tase you. That would not be, it would be great for the ratings though, boy. If Pat Robertson accidentally tased, I would be watching this friggin' thing every day. If he forgot to take the battery out or like a, PA forgot to take it out and he accidentally shocks his co-host.
I think a lot of people are thinking like I was that both the gun and the taser would be put on your dominant side, but it's not that way.
Yeah, but they have to cross where they have them on different.
So you actually have to reach across yourself to get
feel
the
difference.
I mean, it's definitely.
If you can't tell the difference in the feel of those things, it's crazy. Anyhow, she deserves. But I am pro-police, folks. I think we need the police. We need their servants, and they do a good job. But if they don't stop this onslaught, they cannot do this. You know, the police in Virginia picked up a lieutenant in the Army and began to give him trouble. And our state police are highly trained. But why they don't stop this? And this thing is going on in Minnesota, but the Derek Chauvin, I mean, they ought to put him under the jail. He has caused so much trouble by kneeling.
Pat Robertson going in.
I love it.
Man.
Good for him.
But I wonder what it takes for a guy like Pat Robertson to go, we got to do 5 minutes on this today.
I think what it comes down to with Pat Robertson is I think he really does value life. So when he sees people dying needlessly, that really gets him upset.
Does he sell doomsday buckets and stuff? I mean, Pat Robertson's been around a long time, but I don't know like what the business model is. Most of these guys are like, you know, it's a side of Jesus, but what they're really trying to do is get you to buy the doomsday food. I didn't know if that's what he was doing or
He's
not.
700 Club, right?
Yeah.
I think he just made his money from that. Like he's just been on TV for so long. I remember being a kid, and you know Ernest Angley was on. He's a local dude.
Yeah.
And Pat
Bad
Robertson.
hairpiece.
Pat Robertson would come on after him and talk straight to you.
Alan.
Oh wow.
He could have got a better hairpiece, but the Lord didn't want him to spend that much money, so he just went with the.
Should have bought a jet. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's
consistent
Copeland.
training. I don't mean training.
The problem is
things, but
you've got to pay them more. We don't have the finest in the police department. They're low-paid people, Terry. They don't get adequate. It's not a question of training. It's a question of hiring a more superior workforce, and we aren't doing it. But we need police.
We got to get cops to get paid a $15 minimum wage. So Pat Robertson going in on the cops.
I wonder how his audience took all that.
I don't think his audience even knows he's on the television. I think they're sitting there. Again, with all due respect, I don't know who he's talking to. Don't know who that audience is. But he was very specific in his critiques of, whatever. When he is brought to the fore to...
Excuse me. A little neck noise there.
Are you all right?
Yeah, my neck gets all worked up when we're talking about stuff like this.
I know you get tight in the neck. I understand. I feel you.
Guns!
So, yeah, when that story broke, Bill's in Indianapolis, and this story breaks, I'm like, oh my goodness, I hope that the club didn't put him up at the FedEx distribution center. I hope they put him up in a proper hotel.
Sleeping in a box.
I was worried.
A nice hotel with a faulty alarm, and things ended up being okay.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, also with that happening the night before, and then the fire alarms going up, you're like, oh, I hope this is at least just a fire.
Yeah, you don't even want to leave your room. You're like, I'll risk it.
Hope this is just some batteries that need to be replaced. Yeah, people were given, there's people who live to hate on Anthony Fauci. But he was like, of course guns are a public health issue. Why would they not be a public health issue? At this level. Basically another era of lead poisoning. Right? See what I did?
Yeah, I got it.
I get what you got.
Hey, they banned lead paint when I was a kid, late 70s, right?
Yeah, it tasted so good.
No, Bill, you're not supposed to eat it? No.
Oh, the chips are so good. They're
crunchy snack, yeah.
Tell you what, I would have preferred those over the chips that were being bought in my house. Some lead paint chips. Oof. What are these? Carob and seaweed? Thanks. Well, they've got some crunch. But, whatever. 38,000 gun deaths a year, many of those suicide. And there are people who want to oppose any and all gun control laws. You get 2 cases of voter fraud a year, and they're passing hundreds of new laws to deal with that. So, who knows?
6 people got blood clots. Get that vaccine out of here.
I don't think that was a political thing. That was the company doing that.
That's the company being safe, but it's still one of those things where...
We want to be safe. 6 out of 7 million. Well, we don't want to play the odds here. So anyway, Bill's fine. To the best of my knowledge, again, I'm still trying to get those clicks up for him. To the best of my knowledge, he had nothing to do with it. But tune into the Bill Squire Show and find out. Yeah.
All the gritty details. Man, I'm beefing now with
Gritty in Philly.
Yeah, with other YouTubers, because that's what people love the drama.
That's right.
Drama drives so many YouTube channels.
Bill is going to fight the ghost of Kimbo Slice. It's going to be very exciting. I've got to take a break. I'm going to have more money for you. 4:30 is the next keyword to go fund yourself. $1,000 with that. So listen closely. We'll do it again at 5:30. if you missed the one that's coming up. 35192 if you want to text.
subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
It's a bummer Poundcake's out today. I'd love to ask him who this is. He wouldn't get within 5 miles of it, but Mary knows.
Let me listen.
You'll never get it either, but
This is Ozzy Osbourne's band.
it is not Ozzy Osbourne's band. This is a band called Mudvayne. Anybody remember Mudvayne?
I remember Mudvayne, yeah.
From Peoria, Illinois.
I know the one, like they had a one hit song that was played on like MTV2 all the time.
It probably was this one.
This is too hard. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, really? I love Mudvayne. They have been broken up for about 12 years. Chad Gray has been singing for Hell Yeah for a while. But they are reuniting for the Incarceration Festival, which might be the return of live music to Northeast Ohio, by the way. They're going to announce the lineup tomorrow at noon. I will have tickets for you next week for the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival. It's going to happen September 10th through the 12th out in Mansfield. They do it at the prison. And the first announcement is the reunion of Mudvayne. I was clicking around and somebody was playing Mudvayne on satellite over the weekend. I was like, God, Mudvayne's awesome. And they're coming back. So tomorrow at noon is when I think they drop the whole lineup, but Incarceration is an amazing festival.
Dig was the one that was on MTV2 all the time.
Oh, yeah, Dig. Yeah. That's a good one, too. There's a lot of swears in that song, though. No, I can't play Dig. There's a lot of swears.
We don't have a radio edit of it?
No. I have Do What You Do. I have Happy. No, Not Falling is the one that jumped out at me. But anyway, so the details on that show tomorrow, and then I will have Incarceration passes for you all next week. By the way, I'm not doing giveaways today because Poundcake's not here, but I do have them this week. I'll have tickets for the Catawba Island Boat Show.
Hey.
And the Monster Truck Throwdown.
Oh, those are so fun.
At the Medina County Fair. Didn't you go to that?
I went to that a couple years ago, and it was a
Did
very
you do the
good
Demolition
time.
Derby or something?
I know it's Monster Truck, so like it's not the Demolition Derby.
No, but don't they, as an interstitial, in between, don't they do any Demolition Derbies?
No, it's just Monster Trucks, and they have the Monster Trucks do different events where they're like jumping for distance, and then they gotta crush cars, and they jump over buses, and then it's just ridiculously dumb fun.
He's jumping the distance. Yes,
that's a great
Demolition derbies draw on their own. They're not an in-between act for monster trucks, please.
Where did we have the guy who covered his demolition car in Alan Cox Show stickers? Or he had huge magnetics made up. We had a car in I thought that was the Medina County Fair.
It might have been, but they do
just not on Monster Truck Night. They do different events.
They do different events there. Well, also the Monster Truck, like the way they have to set up that track is different than what they're going to do for a Demolition Derby. And you can't have car parts all over the place, popping the tires and whatnot.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Yes, one shard of glass will pop the tire on a monster truck.
No, but there's,
No, I know what you're saying.
It depends on how monster that truck is, Mary. Doesn't it?
I think they don't want debris to be on the
that makes sense.
course, though.
All right. Hey, Ryan.
Hello.
What's going on, Ryan?
How are you? I got a few comments about your discussion about firearms.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I'm going to state like this: I'm a firearm owner. However, what you're saying and what you're talking about. There's some different information out there that you must take in consideration. So, one of the things I'd like to say is, if you would like to do the research, I don't want to misquote where the actual information is, but people can do their own search. You were basically the spin that you're trying to state is that, there's a whole bunch of cops just running around shooting everybody else except white people, which is false.
Ryan, you're putting a lot of words in. Ryan, first off, you're putting a lot of words in my mouth. That was not what I said.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll backtrack and say that if you look up actual shootings between police and African Americans, Latinos, white people, whatever nationality. The numbers are there on a government website, and you can look at. There is no statistical advantage either way of police shootings to any other race.
So okay, but Ryan, my question is, what is your point?
My point is,
do you think that there should?
You're making it sound like
don't tell me what. Don't tell me what I'm making it sound like. Tell me what I said that you disagree with.
Listen, I'm trying to state that if people want to really see. Okay, so tell me this. I'm in support of other races. I understand things have happened.
That's big of you.
I don't consider myself a racist. I have black friends. I have Latino friends. And you'd be surprised.
Checking all the
there's a lot of
boxes.
African Americans that support the Second Amendment as well.
First of all, Ryan, we weren't talking about race. We were talking about the cases that happened over the weekend. Do you know what the police accountability statistics are?
You also don't include the shootings that happen in inner cities that have nothing to do with the cops.
Ryan, do you
every weekend in Detroit?
Do you believe that there should be Ryan? Do you believe that there should be increased police accountability for any shooting?
I'm going to say that yes, there should be some type of accountability.
Okay,
have you ever been,
but the government. Ryan, what I'm saying is, Ryan.
One video. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Your one video, and you broke. I was driving, so the station fuzzed out. Was about some guy pointing out the taser and the gun and where it should be settled at, whether it be on the strong side or the left side. So that phased out. What was that actual point of that video? Because I didn't catch all of it because I was driving. So
it was Pat Robertson talking. He had a Glock in one hand and a taser in the other, and he was asking the same question that a lot of people are asking, which is, how would you not know that one is different than the other? That was his question, Ryan. That's not an uncommon question.
Draw, then?
What's that?
What was the point of the cross-side draw part of it? 'Cause that's where it phased back in about. I didn't quite catch it. Where it's about him saying where you have there's a strong side and a weak side, obviously.
Well, I'm not looking at. But me playing that was not an invitation to get deep in the weeds here. What I'm saying is, there are government. You talk about government websites that will give you information, and you are correct. And one of those is on police accountability. They have to report when there are police-involved shootings, irrespective of race. There's a police accountability website that you can go to, and you'll see whatever. So, to your point, it shouldn't matter what the race is. That's correct. But they're calling for increased police accountability because in the year 2020, there were 18 days where police around this country did not kill someone.
Okay, if that's a stat that's out there, wonderful. But how is it that we can just so for me as a gun owner, what is your viewpoint on the average gun owner in the country?
I don't know the average gun owner. Well, what are you
have no comment?
What are you asking me? What's my opinion of the average gun owner?
Well, yeah. So you're, and I understand that but the problem with nowadays is everybody wants to blame it's the guns, it's this, that, and the other. I have an 11 and 7-year-old that I have been teaching them about gun safety since the day they've been 3.5 years old.
And a lot of people do.
More about
but that's not the point, Ryan.
More about firearms. They know more about firearm safety and not being able to get that bullet back once you pull that trigger than the average 30-year-old out there that wants to sit there and say, "Hey, guns kill people," and I mean, they don't want to.
Well, then I'm not worried. Then Ryan, then I'm not worried about your children. What we are worried about is law enforcement who get far less firearms training than your children have had, and that's a problem. Police officers themselves will say that they don't get very much firearm training, and so you get a guy who's
right. I'm with you on that.
Well, then we're not arguing about anything.
No, but I don't like and I'm not going to be able to recite word for word because I'm not going to sit there and list. I've been on home for 25 minutes. My point is the spin of that. That like the narrative out there right now is that there's cops just running around shooting people, which is really not. I mean, don't be wrong. There is bad apples everywhere. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that it doesn't happen.
Ryan, whose narrative is that?
What do you mean? Whose narrative?
You said the narrative is that police are just running around shooting people. Whose narrative is that?
Well, don't you see it on the news every day that every time an officer happens to shoot an African American, it's news. But if
do you believe everything you see on the news, Ryan?
No, I don't.
Well, then what's your argument? If you're quoting the news and then you say you don't believe everything that's on the news, then what's your point?
But my point is every time an actual case does happen where you have an officer shoot, whether black or white, there is a narrative that's spun that it's like the cops are around just shooting black people, and that's statistically not true.
Well, they are shooting white people too, but do you know the difference in these shootings?
Ryan, the point is that people are treated differently in the same situations, and that's not even a controversial point.
So you're saying that an officer can shoot a white person and an officer can shoot an African American, but you have to look at the reasons why that person was shot?
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument is, why are communities of color treated differently by law enforcement?
And you're basing that upon the shooting.
Ryan, go online and you can find video of white ladies getting pulled over by the cops, and they're screaming and they're yelling and they're spitting on the officer. There was one that just popped up a couple of days ago from I don't know where, Kentucky or something. This lady opens her door and she's kicking the cop and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people believe, and I'm probably among them, Ryan, that if that woman were black, she'd probably be dead.
Okay, but here's the thing. What you're saying, though, if you go look at the stats of the actual numbers that are police shooting whatever race, there is statistically no advantage between African Americans.
We're not talking about numbers, Ryan. We're talking about rate. We're talking about how people are treated differently in certain communities. And that's what people, I'm not saying any of this. Plenty of people far wiser than I on the subject are saying this. They're saying that there has to be a different way to train and hold accountable people in law enforcement. And again, that's not a controversial point. If you're paying people, and again, sure, it's a dangerous job, and people go, it's not even the top 10 most dangerous jobs, but it's a dangerous job, of course, but it's also a voluntary job. No one is grandfathered in as law enforcement. It's a job you choose, and you're given lethal weapons. You know, people go, well, what do we ban cars because of drunk drivers? Cars are not instruments of death. Cars are not created to kill people. Firearms are created for one purpose only, which is to kill or maim things. And so the people who hold those, it's not beyond anyone, irrespective of race, to hold them to degrees of accountability. And it's got nothing to do with...
We can have this discussion all day because a firearm is...
Well, I certainly hope not, Ryan. I'm making some pretty good points here. I can't imagine that you'd have counterpoints to what I'm telling you. Are you for decreased police accountability?
I'm not for decreased police accountability.
Then we're on the same page.
Think about it. If you day in and day out, you were forced to be put in a life and death situation.
Yes, you've been put. Ryan, that's why I didn't. That's why I didn't choose to be law enforcement. That's why I didn't choose to be a cop.
At some point, you also have to make the argument of. I've been pulled over 3 times with my firearm in the car. Guess what? I'm still sitting here.
Because you're a white guy.
It's because I was told because of a carry conceal. When you get pulled over, you put your hands on the ceiling, and when they pull up to the window, I've had cops come up the door, and I go, I got my gun on me.
Ryan,
what's your instructions?
Ryan, I've got to move on, brother. I appreciate the call. I want you to Google Philando Castile, okay? Thank you. Okay, I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance for you to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword budget at WMMS.com. That's budget. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I'm telling you. I'm not wearing baggy jeans. I won't do it.
Just wear some baggy jeans, Alan. You can hide more guns in them.
I don't care how cool they are. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way. You can always leave us a message there anytime you like. We're gone for a few days, so a lot of calls on the After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
That's inventory.
I don't want that. Hold on.
I was going to say, our After Hours line quality has gotten so good.
I got something else running there. Hold on.
You guys were talking, it was probably Wednesday, about, drugs and things and Viagra coming in discreet packaging. I don't know if you remember a Saturday Night Live sketch with Steve Martin, and the product was Steve Martin's penis beauty cream. I think Kevin Nealon was in.
Do you remember C. Martin's Penis Beauty Cream?
I do remember that.
It was like
one.
mid-'90s,
Yeah.
right?
The fake commercial also. But they had mentioned that it comes in discreet packaging with big letters across that say not penis beauty cream or not penis cream on the front of the box. But gave me a good chuckle hearing you guys talk about that. Thanks, bye.
Steve Martin's all-natural penis beauty cream, new formula. You know it's safe. Why? Because it's tested on animals. And if you order by mail, don't worry. It's shipped in a plain brown wrapper with the words, not penis cream, stamped all over it in big red letters. So pick up a jar today and remember, it's the only cream with the picture of my penis on it.
Steve Martin's Penis Beauty Cream. He goes, just apply for up to 30 minutes. And your skin will immediately become smoother. Yeah, Kevin Nealon. And Chris Elliott, by the way, was the other person in that bit with him. And I think Chris Elliott was only on SNL for like a half a season. I don't know what year that would have been. Chris Elliott, Sarah Silverman, around
92?
there. 92? Wow.
I feel like Chris Elliott was...
that early. What else? Oh, hey, by the way.
94, there it is.
1994. Major League Baseball, by the way, is looking for food testers. So if you are somebody who goes, hey, I could test food at ballparks, you go around to ballparks and you see if their hot dogs are any good. Oh, yeah. They want an MLB professional.
Fun.
You'll be given $500 as well as a budget for food and travel. So you get a per diem and you travel to different Major League Baseball stadiums to watch the games and taste their hot dogs.
This is like the dream job.
And then you'll have, that's what I'm saying. And so I don't know if you can, I think
traveling
you can
hot dog eater?
Yes, traveling
That's
hot
like something
dog eater.
in first grade. They'd be like, what do you want to do when you grow up? I'm like, I want to travel and eat hot dogs.
Yeah, that's right.
I want to go watch baseball and eat hot dogs.
Yes.
Like, that's not a job. Well, it is now.
I want to be a national wiener tester. So you can go online and you can apply for this gig, and then you'll have to review hot dogs based on appearance, color, flavor complexity.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, ballpark hot dogs are not supposed to have complex flavors.
Oh, different notes.
Mhm.
Oaky aftertaste. And
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You expect a lot from your ballpark dogs.
Hey, man.
I don't.
I like Sugardale. What can I say?
Oh, they're bringing back Dollar Dog Nights, too.
Oh, my God.
Because they're opening up capacity at Progressive Field. So, appearance and color, flavor complexity, quality of meat, quality of bun. Boy, it's a lot of work.
Quality of juice.
I'm telling you one
Hot
thing.
dog water.
I don't need a
Topping
bun.
generosity and value for money. So they're looking to call out some Major League Baseball stadiums for having crappy dogs. That's what they're burying the lead here.
I feel like there's a lot of hype around like a Dodger dog and stuff like that, but I feel like there's some sleepers out there that people don't know about. You know, maybe you show up in Milwaukee and they've got a real good hot dog.
Right. So you have to be 21 or older.
I am.
You have to explain why you should be chosen.
I will, not on paper.
And the submissions close at 9 p.m. Pacific. That would be midnight here on Sunday. Sorry, a week from Sunday, May 2. And they will select the winner 3 days later.
Oh, wow.
That sounds like there's something going on there. There's no
They're
way.
only hiring one person. I feel like we need a consensus here. We don't need one person. That's a lot of trust to put into one person.
Right. You need like a legion of wiener testers.
Yes, that sounds. The legion of wiener testers sounds more accurate.
The LWT.
Yeah.
That was like that Sean Connery movie. The League of Extraordinary Wiener Testers. So, yeah, I mean, get out there and look for this. And, boy, it sounds like a lot of fun.
So much fun.
But 3 days to choose? That sounds like somebody's already got their mind made up.
Yeah,
Or they're assuming that no one's going to apply. They're like, no one's going to do
No one.
You got to eat all these
Thousands
hot
of people
dogs.
will
I know.
apply for this.
I'm just trying to figure out where their mind was for only giving it 3 days. Or
Huh.
they have a whole staff of people working round the clock reviewing applications.
But with local restaurants in every city buying space at the ballpark, and that, you know, you're getting more than just a wiener wrapped in foil you got to put mustard on. So you're going to get to taste amazing, like, local restaurant creations at these ballparks.
I don't think that's what it would be.
But they want the hot dog
They
tasting.
want the hot dog tasting. So you're not going and getting a helmet nachos from, like, a local taqueria.
No. I'm saying in the hot dog thing, you're going to get, like, here's Jimmy's Crab Shack.
I don't think that's how.
No?
I think, like, because
A
all the
crab
hot dogs.
dog?
Sure.
I would try that.
You never had a crab dog?
No.
Never
Shaw's
had a
crab
crab
dog?
dog.
Oh. So hot dog appearance and color, quality of the bun, flavor complexity, sauce and topping generosity.
I want a hot dog right
If there's
now.
one thing that I, Alan Cox, am personally known for, it's for my topping generosity.
Your sauce generosity.
Value for money, game entertainment and quality. Boy, they really want you to do a lot of work for sending you around the country and putting you up in a hotel and paying you $500.
Is it $500 per game or $500 total?
$500, I think, total. But then they pay you to travel and put you up in the XL
They
Inn or
don't
whatever.
pay you to do that. They pay for it. So you're not making any money. Your total net gain is $500.
Yes, but who cares?
People can't quit jobs for this.
No one's quitting a job for this.
Bill Squire.
This is a
strongly considering.
If Doge goes to the moon,
this
then
is
I will be just fine.
But just FYI, this is a lengthy application process. They want to know your name, your email, what state you live in, what is your favorite team, and why you should become a food tester. Who's got
All the
time to
important
do
things.
that? Fill in like paperwork.
That's what I said. I don't want to write on paper. I'll do it on a questionnaire on the internet, but
right.
I'm not writing anything by hand.
Man. Anyway, that's out there for people who want to try to get
That's
$500
awesome.
bucks, eat
Sounds
some
fun.
wieners. Okay, I got to
I
take
want
a
a
break.
hot dog right now.
If you want to text here, 35192, we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride it where I like. You say black, I say white. You say bar, I say bite. You say shark, I say him.
So today's National Bicycle Day. Every day is something. But I was reading an article that I thought was pretty interesting about the guy who basically, the guy who founded Bicycle Day was a guy named Albert Hoffman, who was also instrumental in researching the effects of LSD. And so they're forever connected. So if you're a fan of LSD, you probably already know about Bicycle Day. If you're a fan of bicycles, you might not know about the LSD connection. But something to consider. Every April 19th, which you'll know, the boy ain't lying, is today. And it involves this guy who was a Swiss chemist. And I guess got on his bike. Now, would you want to be tripping, and for those of you who don't like tripping associated with marijuana, this is your wheelhouse right here. Would you want to be tripping on,
Wheelhouse.
Thank you. Would you want to be tripping on your bicycle?
I don't think so.
Boy, I don't either.
It might throw your balance off, you know? Balance is important on a
Or maybe
bike.
you'd feel like you were flying, you know what I mean? You'd feel like you were, I don't know, you were just going through the air and having
get a
fun.
DUI on a bike, so I think it's probably not something you should do, because you could get popped for operating a motor vehicle while, well, I guess not a motor
It's not a
vehicle.
motor vehicle.
But you can get a DUI. So
Can
it's
you?
like
You can get
operating
OVI on a bicycle?
You can get one in a wheelchair, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
While under the influence.
So a bicycle is considered a vehicle. I mean, again, you can get an OVI in a wheelchair?
Yep. I used to have, it was like one of the first jokes that I wrote was about that. And I was like, man, that's so messed up. Like just think about that. You're just drunk and you want to wheel yourself home. And if you crash your wheelchair, you get an OVI or DUI or whatever. I don't know what the letters are, but you can get in trouble for being drunk and operating
Reckless
your...
op,
Yeah.
Reckless operation.
Operating your legs.
Think about that. Yeah, you can't even operate your legs.
That's what I'm saying.
You're in a wheelchair.
It's your only option.
Yeah. More and more celebrities are getting into the weed biz, by the way. Jaleel White. You know who Jaleel White is?
Urkel.
He is Urkel. He is also Stefan Urkel, as I understand it. He's launching his cannabis brand, Purple Urkel.
That's wonderful.
Listen, you got to dance with the girl who brung you. You know, there's all these child actors who don't want anybody to know what they used to do. They try to erase that part of their career. Urkel, because let's face it, that's all he did. Or it's what, far and away, what he's best known for, a singular character.
On a very successful, an iconic character.
That's
really.
right. That's right.
And also a very funny character.
Yes.
Steve Urkel?
Yes, Steve Urkel was hilarious.
Okay, if you say so.
Just like his body language, I'm picturing it right now. Very funny. Just like walking into a room like with that.
With his hips forward, yeah.
And his knees bent and just like, hi, Laura.
So he's launching Purple Urkel. And he's through a partnership with something called 710 Labs, which I'm sure is some weed code I'm unfamiliar with. But it's going to launch tomorrow.
No way.
So let's say it's gonna show up first on dispensary shelves in California, but you're going to be able to get it in other places as well. And so think about that. You know, because like Seth Rogen, who is Canadian, launched his weed line. And it's one thing if you're a celebrity and you put your name behind something. Snoop Dogg's been doing this for decades. But it's another thing if you got some skin in the game. If they're like, you know, more than just licensing your likeness, you're putting some money into it. The series of Purple Urkel strains will be sold as eighths, vape pens, as well as noodle doinks, a fat hand-rolled joint that uses a fusilli noodle as the crutch.
Ooh.
Fusilli Jerry! Right. So, yeah, if you're, a fan of Family Matters, that was the show, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
One of the pods has Hi Laura on the lid. So they're really...
HIGH?
missed opportunity.
Oh, come
but no,
on.
Hilaura. But also, isn't that the intellectual property of ABC?
Maybe he had it in his contract that all of his lines were his.
Boy, that seems unlikely. Seems really unlikely.
As a young actor,
he
you
was
don't think?
lucky to be on television.
Or they might have licensed it out to him or something.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, clearly, I don't see anybody trying to sue him. But it's got these tins. The logo is kind of like his Urkel character, the face embossed on the lid. So Urkel
makes him a lot of money.
I do too. One of the grinders, the lid says, "Did I doink that?" So that's an Urkel thing, doink.
Did I do that?
Did I do
No,
that?
I know. Did I do that?
Not
but
doink.
wasn't part of it.
No.
They're just okay. So did I doink that? He is shoehorning in every possible.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't he? Would he be like, we were going to call this Purple Urkel, but we didn't want to get too in the weeds with doing Urkel references.
Good pun. Yeah. Well, I'm going to call this Jaleel White marijuana, and people line up. By the way, if I may say so, he didn't grow up. He's like a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Stefan Urkel was like, because he's good-looking, so he took his glasses and suspenders off, and everyone was like, "Who is that?"
No. But he wasn't good-looking as a kid.
I think he was.
By the
Really?
end of
Ugly.
by the end of the run of that series, he had like matured and he had
muscular,
gotten like
yeah.
taller and
I see.
was kind of muscular. Yeah, like. And so that's why they did that whole Stefan Urkel storyline, so he could show like, hey, yeah, I'm Steve Urkel, but I'm also Steve.
I'm not 14
I'm
anymore,
not, I'm not a
I
little
see.
kid anymore.
But isn't that just the Nutty Professor? Weren't they just doing the old switcheroo?
Yeah,
like he was a
kind of,
ladies'
but-
man, and yeah, okay.
I mean, that show got so off the rails with his inventions that he was teleporting around the world.
Oh, he was an inventor on that show.
He was
He
like a
got to
nerdy
be, yeah, he
science
was-
guy,
yeah.
and he
And
was
then
so
became
smart.
so-
He was like
smart.
Professor Frink on Family Matters.
Family Matters.
Family. That's not.
Is that what it's
Professor
called?
Frink was.
No, he was the Professor Frink of Family Matters.
Okay.
Like to like a much higher degree. Like
Yeah.
he was making his science that he was doing in his basement was just very unobtainable.
Because he was supposed to just be a one-time guest, a next-door nerd, but it blew up like immediately. You talk about falling ass backwards into a pop culture volcano. This guy, they were like, okay, he's happy to be on TV. They're going to just write him a bit, and he becomes like a regular part of the show.
Becomes the star of the show, yeah.
So, again, if you are partial to celebrity weed brands...
We actually talked a little bit about Family Matters on last week's The Bill Squire Show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because AJ writes for different, like the New Yorker and stuff like that, and he'll do these lists, and he was rating their fighting ability for a comedy article.
Okay.
And he's like, I watched a lot of episodes, and there are a lot more fight scenes than you would think on a family TV show like that. So there's a lot of things to reference to back up his rankings on their fighting ability.
I mean, Jaleel White's been working consistently.
Yeah. He's like hosted game shows and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
he was on Dancing with the Stars. Boy, that show's been on a long time. He was on season 14, which was 2012.
Jeez.
I mean, a season is not the same as a cycle. They can do 2 or 3 in a year, but still, that's a long time. A dumb thing to be on. And of course, he was in the television show Camp Cucamonga.
Oh, so good. Canceled too soon.
He was in the pilot episode of Good Morning, Miss Bliss. That's a trivia question.
That became Saved by the Bell.
That became Saved by the Bell. He could have been on Saved by the Bell. Wasn't he also doing the Jell-O Pops with Cosby?
I think
when he
so.
got real big, like,
Yeah.
Jell-O Pops! Wasn't that part of his thing?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Speaking of reality shows, so my girlfriend and I have been doing some trash TV binging because The Circle's back on Netflix, and there's another show. It's Love Island, the Australian version.
My wife watches that.
It's good. It's
I
mean, it's not good, but it's trash.
I was
and
gonna
it's good.
say,
It's
yeah.
like
I
the
don't
kind
think
of stuff like the dumbest drama and like
Yeah.
these. It's not good, but it's entertaining.
People watch him because they like him, not because they're good.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're getting into that, and one of the girls on there is like 24 years old, and she's got a 2-year-old kid, and she left the kid to do the show, which at 2, that's a long time to leave your kid.
They don't know.
I think that happens a lot on these shows, though, too. I mean, they've had girls on The Bachelor who have a kid, and they're like, look, if I win something, and you're making money week to week on these shows, I'm creating a better life for my kid.
Right, but I feel like 2 is such a young age to be away from your kid for that long.
Well, you figure how long? I mean, they
Usually
shoot
like
these
6 weeks.
6 weeks. There you go.
That's a long time to be away from a 2-year-old.
But the kid's not going to remember.
They're not going to remember that.
I'm not saying that the kids will remember or not remember. I'm saying that's a long time to be away. They haven't been alive for that many weeks. You know?
Right, but what I'm saying is it would probably affect the mom more than the kid.
Wait, 2 years or 2 months?
Well, it's a 2-year-old kid, but I'm saying like the kid's only been alive for, at 2 years, 100
weeks.
104 weeks.
Right.
And then you're taking 6 of them, no way to figure out how many, what that percentage is.
Uh-huh.
But that's like, a 2-year-old develops a lot in 6 weeks. Like they're not that.
I think you're overreacting. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. 6 weeks.
6 weeks is a long time to leave a
think so.
2-year-old. I think.
I don't think it's going to change how that 2-year-old. I don't think it's going to change how they develop in 6 weeks. No.
I don't think so either. I think the
When's the last time you were around a 2-year-old too?
I'm around 2-year-olds all the time. We hang out all the time.
Okay, well that's problematic.
No, I've always been around babies.
Yeah.
I got nieces
Check
and
out the new
nephews
episode of the Bill Squire Show and find out why Bill's hanging out with 2-year-olds. Get them clicks, man.
I think that'd be harder on the mom.
I think it would be harder on the mom
too. And if she's racking up money week to week, she's like, I'm coming back with $500,000. Yeah.
And that's good, but I still think like that's like a your kid's at its the development at that age is just very quick, and I just think it's crazy to leave a 2-year-old.
That wouldn't.
I don't think
I mean,
so.
I don't know what her home situation is. If she's leaving her with
she's
the baby
on a
daddy
dating show. So, I mean, I don't know.
No, but like
the
she's clearly got a baby daddy. I
Yeah.
mean, she's like, hey, I'm going to go do this thing. I'm going to make some money. I feel like you're overreacting to it.
I think
I'm
a
not-
4
listen, I'm
or
not saying
5-year-old would
this
be
is-
more detrimental.
I think it's more detrimental at 2.
No, they're not going to
They don't
remember.
even really know what's going on. They're like learning little things, but not like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like they do know what's going on, but I feel like once you leave and they get over it, they don't really have a concept of time.
They're learning like fine motor skills and
how
things
to
like
pick
that.
things up and walk at the same time.
I mean, my daughter turned 5 in February. She just kind of remembers things from like a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. So she would never remember. When you were 2, we left for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Mom went to do a reality show. She'd be like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think like the missing those things in those 6 weeks too.
I think you think a lot is happening in 6 weeks. 2-year-olds are already kind of doing a lot. They're walking, they're
Right, but
babbling, they're doing all that.
I'm saying like
So you're not
you
missing
have a
first
niece.
steps or
I'm
anything.
not first steps, but you're still missing developmental time in the kid's life.
It's not that big. 6 weeks of a 2-year-old's life, it's not like they're going from not saying anything to speaking in full sentences.
Well, I think there's 2 things at work there, though. There probably is a lot of development that happens in those 6 weeks. I don't think you being gone for those 6 weeks is going to throw them off of
I'm
that,
not saying you're throwing anything off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, as the parent of a new child, is that a decision you would really, be willing to make? Like your sister has a 2-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she'd be willing to leave her baby for 6 weeks?
If it's $1 million and the chance at love, probably. I would. 6 weeks is not that long of a time. That is
but
really
it's not a
that
chance.
long.
It's not a chance at love because that never works out on these dating
Well, you're
shows.
also a cynical person. The people who are applying for this are applying for different reasons. Do they want to get famous? Do they want to get endorsements? Do they want to find love? Do they want to make money?
I think if you have a kid, you're trying to make money.
Yeah.
I think it's
You're
I think
like,
it's a
look,
money
every
situation.
week every week I stay on this show, I'm $25,000 richer or whatever.
And you're having more followers, and you might have people reaching out to you about opportunities after that, as far as like endorsements and things like that.
And again,
go.
I'm not saying I'd do it one way. I just thought it was strange that like at that young of an age to leave your child.
I think it'd be
for 6
harder
weeks
if they were a little bit older, to be honest, or a little bit younger. 2 and 3, I don't think they really know what's going on.
Okay.
Because like they start walking around and stuff before that, they start talking a little bit. Then I'm just going based off of how my 2-year-old niece is right now. I think she'd be upset that my sister left the house
but
initially.
it's also not that you can't, like, when you're on a reality show, you are cut off from interact. Like you can't talk to you can't FaceTime or anything like that.
You think that's true if you've got a kid? They don't make any accommodations for somebody that has a 2-year-old? Hey, once a week, can I FaceTime my kid? Again,
I don't know.
Something else the kid's not going to remember. Right. Try getting a 5-year-old to FaceTime, let alone a 2-year-old.
Isn't that amazing? I hope you think so.
But I still think as a parent, you're like, I want to see my kid.
For $1 million, you couldn't leave your kid for 6 weeks.
Yeah, but there's
to make
no
$1 million.
guarantee that you're going to make $1 million.
But you're going to make at least $25,000.
Okay,
and then you get
again.
to come home in 1 week. Absolutely. I also don't have kids, but I'm saying for a single mom who's like, hell yes, I'm going to make $25,000 a week for 6 weeks or whatever it might be, with the potential of more passive income after that.
Let's say she was waiting tables at home. You're still gone 8 hours a day from your kid, 8, 9, 10 hours a day from your kid a day.
And you're making $25,000 a year.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Leaving a kid for 6 weeks is not bad. It's just like leaving your kid over the summer with their grandparents.
Or
well, I mean, you do that when they're a little older, admittedly.
Well, or if you like, I know a lot of people will have custody stuff like that. If the parent lives out of state, they'll go with their dad for the summer, and come home for school or whatever.
Bill's a good parent. Alan, you're a bad parent. Remember, you don't even see your other kids.
Duh.
I just saw them, A. B, it was because of COVID, smart ass.
They're not 2.
Right, they're not 2 years old. They're 16 and 20.
Listen, I have a cat. I think I know a thing or two about racing kids, all right?
Racing kids? Or now let's talk about racing kids.
Yeah, I can
Should
race.
you be racing
I'll race any 2-year-old.
Racing
It's a
kids.
6-week-long marathon race. And we're driving because I'm not great at running. So
see how much they develop before the end of the race.
Through the Bonneville Salt Flats. I'm going to take a break. If you want to get a text in 35192. Next chance for you to grab some money. About 20 minutes from now, you can go fund yourself. I will have $1,000 coming up for you at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send me a text. You can listen on iHeartRadio anywhere you are. If you listen from out of state, tell me where you do that. I heard from Julie, who is one of our bureau chiefs. She's in Salisaw, Oklahoma, which is eastern Oklahoma. You're about half an hour from the Arkansas border. And she just shot me a little note, and she goes, hey, somebody here at work, I don't know what she does for a living. One of my employees was humble bragging about something, and I loudly said, oh, good for you. And nobody cared. Went over like a fart in church. Yeah, we care. That's right.
Oh, good for you.
It's that's their loss, Julie.
Hey, tell you what. I don't know who's going to church these days, but when I would go to church and someone farted, you were getting a great response from me.
It was the best.
I'm not going to sit there quiet. I'm going to laugh and laugh and laugh. It's the best thing that can happen during church.
Ha! Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Who
Wait
was
a minute.
that?
That's the best thing that could happen in church, not giving your life over to, eternal salvation and
It doesn't work,
you've
so I
ever
didn't.
wanted.
No,
That's so far down the list compared
Farting
to
is
fart.
so much better.
So Julie's out there in Salisaw, Oklahoma. Thomas listens in Orting, Washington. Jonathan is a bureau chief in Memphis. Who,
Struggling.
was that?
That
Was
was
that
me,
you?
yeah.
Wow, you guys are really kicking out the throat noises
I'm
today.
like chugging water just because I
You
want to.
dehydrated from your second shot?
I want to be on the proactive side, not the reactive side. So I am very, very tired.
I understand.
I feel like a crazy person.
Did you preemptively take a couple of Tylenol before you got
I just did.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't do it beforehand. I just started to feel like my arm is hurting pretty bad, and I'm starting to get a headache, and I'm super tired. So I was like, I'll take it now, get through the rest of the show.
I didn't feel it in my arm for either shot,
hurts
but
like
yesterday
a
my
bitch.
eyes hurt and I slept most of the day, but that was it.
Yeah.
Spencer listens in Baton Rouge. Anthony's in Sterling Heights, Michigan, outside Detroit. Anyway, thanks if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio. Indians are off tonight. They avoid the sweep in Cincinnati. They beat the Reds yesterday. The first of two tomorrow here at home against the White Sox. Next couple of days are early games, so 6:10 starts. So we're out of here a couple of minutes early. Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tonight, Cavs are in Detroit. They lost in Chicago last night. They will play the equally awful Detroit Pistons. I shouldn't say that. Pistons are worse. Pistons are awful right now. They're last in the division. So Cavs, Pistons tonight, a clash of the Titans. 7 o'clock here on WMMS. Make sure for the remainder of this month, a couple of weeks left, you can still use the promo code Grand Slam if you want to get 20% off at Cleveland Clothing Company. I think that those Buzzard baseball tees are still sold out.
Those are so cool.
They're great, which is why they sell out quickly. But if you go to their website, make sure that you sign up for those restock notifications because those are invaluable.
They got a bunch of cool tie-dyes they're doing now, too.
Yeah.
People hitting me up all weekend like, what's the code? I need this.
That's right. I'll have another $1,000 for you, by the way, in about 5 minutes. Next chance to go fund yourself at 5:30. I'm
so nice. You're always giving away $1,000. I don't know how you do it. So
He's
much
a
money.
I'm a millionaire.
He's a
I jumped to a billionaire.
Yes.
Wow.
Billionaire,
I saw
huh?
it. I saw what you did.
I jumped from millionaire to billionaire.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all right. Me and Bezos.
We know you. We see your tricks.
I got in on the ground floor on something called WeWork. Thank you very much.
Oh.
And it is really
I got to dig into that documentary. That seems like an interesting thing. I never even heard of that.
How many? Oh, you didn't really?
I never heard of that at all.
How many times are they going to have these startups with these quote-unquote charismatic leaders who are always full of crap? Always. And they go, we don't know what happened. They get these huge IPOs where these people get crazy rich, and then the whole thing is a house of cards. The guy that started, this guy really talked a good game. Yeah, that's what these guys do. They're young, and they got giant balls, and they get people to, because people have FOMO. These VCs have FOMO on missing something. WeWork is just the latest example of that.
What even was the company?
It was like he goes, we're going to lease out office space to other companies, and then we'll take a cut. And then the pandemic hit, And all these businesses were stuck with like these leases and things, and But again, the guy at the I'm oversimplifying it, but
the guy at the top was like a cult leader. Like
the guy at the top was a long-haired dude, whatever. But he's just
nice,
he's another
so cool.
scammer. But those are the guys that walk away with $1 billion. They're not on the hook for anything.
Yeah, because they're sociopaths. Like they manipulate people
They don't
into
care,
giving money.
yeah.
They're like,
Well, I don't even.
it didn't work.
They're con men.
I don't even mean that. I mean just the way these deals are structured. Yeah. Even if you're the nicest guy in the world and it doesn't work out, you walk away with $1 billion. Everybody who worked for you is out on the street. But you're not the one holding the bag.
What scam would you run if you had a corporation like this and you're going to pull one over and become rich fast?
No clue. I don't know how money works. I don't know how business works. I have no clue. I have zero answer for what kind of scam I would run. Because I think you got to, maybe you don't have to be smart to run one of those scams. Maybe, I think a lot of it's probably 98% personality.
Yeah.
And if
people have to trust you.
If you've listened to the show for any amount of time, I am seriously devoid in that department, right? I'll tell you the scam I'm running. I've had a very successful radio show for almost 30 years. I have gotten people to listen to me for 3 decades.
That's what it is. That's your MLM. That's what's with all the stickers, isn't it? You're trying to recruit.
My multi-level marketing campaign.
Guy.
May 4th of next year, May 4th, 2022, will be my 30th anniversary in radio.
That's awesome.
That is nothing to be proud of.
That's cool.
That means I'm too dumb to have ever done anything else, because I don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah, well, celebrate your victories, man. Why are you focusing on the negatives?
Still gainfully employed.
See? Yeah.
A lot of people aren't.
Very true.
Survivor, baby. Me and Beyonce. No, I have no idea what kind of scam I would run on people.
You got to get something they need or want and then rip it out from under.
I would do the Netflix for puppies.
For dogs to watch, or it's all dog actors?
No, you get a what? No, you get a puppy in the mail. And then after 2 weeks, you got to send it back.
In the
mail.
mail.
And then you get a new puppy.
Again, I haven't seen that WeWork documentary, but I've read a lot about that guy, and I don't even think that it was a scam. It's just that these guys sell these ideas to investors, and the investors go, "That sounds great." Like the bones of it might be pretty smart.
Yeah.
But they overvalue these companies. That Uber, Lyft, those companies hemorrhage money. They are not profitable businesses. But these companies go, well, we'll do this until we get to the point we are profitable. The pandemic threw a lot of those businesses, obviously, into disarray, but they already weren't making money.
Yeah.
Tesla, we talk about Tesla, right? He doesn't make money on selling cars. He sells energy credits to other automobile companies. That's how Tesla makes their money. That's how, but fewer and fewer. Well, sure, if you can do it, do it. But people are like, ooh, he's selling all these Teslas. Listen, people are buying Teslas, not $800 billion worth of Teslas.
It's like 3 Teslas.
We would all be driving Teslas if that's how Elon Musk was making his money. So he's another BS artist. These guys who are too smart for the room, or that's how they see themselves, who had some early success, made a bunch of money, which he did with PayPal and all that. Get some new hair, get some new clothes, put a baby in Grimes.
All right, here we go.
Mark Cuban, to me, is one of the only guys who I see progressively how Mark Cuban just grounded out. He got in early on internet audio.
He basically started it.
Yes, he did. Steve Case with AOL. These are the guys where I look at, not Zuckerberg and these other guys who, created something, obviously, and made a bunch of money on it. But
have you seen the commercials about internet regulation? And it's a Facebook commercial.
I have seen that.
Isn't that a weird commercial? Because I haven't seen it. So the commercial goes like this. It's this lady, and she's
one person talking directly to the camera.
They created the internet years ago, and then in the mid-90s, they regulated it heavily. And they haven't updated those regulations since. Don't you think with all the advances in the internet, they should advance the regulations that are used for the internet? Facebook.
That's exactly.
Yeah, but Facebook doesn't want that. They don't want to be regulated as a utility.
Well, no, they want to change the regulations because they don't want to get regulated as a utility, but they want to act like they're on our side.
Well, yeah, that's always what they do.
Yeah.
That's just PR.
I know, but it's just a really weird commercial because you're like, what are you trying to get at here, Facebook? Like, they don't say what they want to do.
Yeah.
They just say, shouldn't things change a little bit? It's not like Facebook's
Like
going to be like,
vaguely,
Facebook's not like, we're too big of a company and we need to be reined in by the government. That's not what they're doing. They are trying to get ahead of this thing so they can get the regulations put in place that will benefit them.
It's like when someone's whispering in your ear when you're fighting with your significant other, and they're like, wouldn't it be easier just to, like, not deal with that? And you're like, hold on a minute.
Wait a second. What if I just bail?
Is that an option?
What if I just walk out?
I'm here for you. And then
Right.
we're just there.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Don't waste a text sending me these. You put them in at WMMS.com, so good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword water at WMMS.com. That's water. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
All right, there you go. Water, as in, what are you going to do with $1,000? I'll have another keyword for you at 6:30, right before the Cavs pregame starts up.
All right, I got another scam I can run.
Mm-hmm.
So, start a reality show just for single moms, but then it's so that I can have a daycare for all their dumb kids.
Dumb kid daycare.
What if the kids aren't dumb? Or do you see to it that their learning skills are diminished?
These are reality TV stars, so...
It's a perfect planned obsolescence. They get their
you
kids
just gotta
back.
go with that, yeah.
Okay.
Dummy daycare.
Yeah.
Dumb kid daycare. I mean, it's worth thinking about, I guess.
Does your kid often eat crayons? He's like, take him to dumb kid daycare.
Yeah. Do you most identify with Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons? Alan, I used to hate all talk shows until the quarantine, but then I started listening to yours. That's very nice.
That's all of it?
And now I like other talk shows, but not this one.
Yeah. I started listening to the podcast while at my other job to prep for opening. After that one burned down, I now listen to the podcast at my retail job the whole time. It's the only thing that gets me through the annoying customers and my day. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Maybe the customers wouldn't be so annoying if you weren't listening to a talk show while interacting with them.
Oh, he's interrupting me.
Something there. I was reading, I subscribe to these radio nerd trade publications and things. And there's one called Inside Radio, which is one of these things that I subscribe to. And they broke down the 6 types of radio listeners. Who knew? Like I said, I've been doing this. In a couple of weeks, it'll be 29 years. I didn't know there were 6 types of radio listeners.
Now, can we make this a little more inside baseball by you explaining the 6 types, and then we will assign one of our customers to that type?
Yes. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Now, do they have to apply like that wiener tester thing?
No. Yeah. We are deciding.
Based on our regular customers.
Based on the regulars that we know, because we have relationships with some, of the P1s pretty well that I feel like we could do this.
Okay. Well, I'll give it to you in not descending order. These are just what they say based on extensive research that ratings companies and other people have done. This is what they say are the 6 kinds of radio listeners, okay? There are radio heads. That's 9%.
That's a band.
9% of your listeners. Yes, often referred to as creeps.
And weirdos.
No, radio heads.
They don't know what the hell they're doing here.
They are radio's most engaged and heaviest listeners. They use AM, FM radio for everything. 9%.
A lot.
And then there are connection seekers. Are we doing this person by person?
I was doing person by person.
Okay.
So for the first one, I would say
Dick from Dayton.
No, because
that's all he does is AM, FM radio.
Although Rick did call to ask Bill what the score of the Tribe game was.
That is true.
I feel like all of our regular callers fall into this category.
The number 1 category?
Yeah.
See, I would say it's more of a I think Rick would be good. I don't think Dick from Dayton counts because he doesn't listen to the show. He calls the shows. He doesn't listen to our show.
That's true. He calls every radio station.
He calls every radio
we
station.
happen to pick up. I have to assume there are radio shows where when they see him on hold, they go, nope.
I think
I'm just too dumb to not do that.
I think Rick would be a good for number one.
Okay. The next group are connection seekers. 16% of radio listeners who listen to the radio for companionship. This group is most likely to be female, over 55, and white. Who do we have that's female, over 55, and white,
Seeking
who is
a
a
connection?
regular caller?
I would say that would be Stripper Scott.
He's not over 55.
I think that's Drunk Sue right there, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drunk Sue.
Because she's gotten to the point, too, where she's like on the Discord and she goes back and forth. And so she
How
likes
does she
the
know
connection.
even how to get on the Discord?
She got that smartphone and now she can watch us and she's learning and she's connecting with people and us.
Wow.
So I think
Game
that's
changer.
Drunk Sue for sure.
Okay.
Number 3.
Number 3. Where's my Drunk Sue clip? I have like a Drunk Sue clip. Yeah, right? Don't I have a Sue clip? Oh, yeah, I do. It's dumb, but...
Why?
Right. Okay, there you go. Infomaniacs. 18% of listeners who listen for their need to consume news and information.
That's not this show's audience.
Right.
There's no information here.
There are no infomaniacs. Yeah, we're cutting out 18% of all listeners.
Well, I think there's people like that because even if it's not news and information, it's almost like a voyeuristic look into our lives. So they don't want to miss anything. You know, if Mary's got an update on what's going on in her life, you know.
Oh, people hate that.
But
not
don't
why
mention
they're
Maria.
No, they like it. I think there's some people that hate it, but there's some people that they want to know everything that's going on in our lives as best they can.
They say this is the only segment where the men outnumber the women, is Infomaniacs. 27% of radio listeners are referred to as rhythm rockers, people who listen for their need to consume music. That's not here.
That's not
this show. 17% are laid-back listeners, people who have radio on in the background.
That's a lot of our listeners.
Older, white listeners who are less likely to use other audio platforms and prefer listening on AM/FM. They prefer music over spoken word.
Again, this isn't really designed for talk shows.
No.
This list.
Granted.
That would be Woody, probably.
And the final group is habitualists. They say comprise 13% of listeners. They listen to radio when it's the only option available. Older people who aren't all that interested in audio, and they'll listen if there's nothing else. I guess if like Pat Robertson's in a commercial break or something, you know. So we've got Dick from Dayton. We've got Rick. We've got Drunk Sue. We've lost a couple people along the way. We lost Drunk Mike Jr.
Yeah.
We've lost some other people.
The info one might be Dustin from Georgia.
Oh, there you go. That's actually very good.
Okay.
Hey, it's Dustin.
Hi, Dustin from Georgia. I don't know what the hell Mary's doing with all that money.
She ain't
But
using
goddamn, it's just sitting there.
I
I check it every day.
Saw she got some new pants. I'm not saying anything, but it is weird.
Well, I support your right to buy flares. I do not want to defend them.
Yeah. I like how he acts like if you let it sit there, you get interest on it or something.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is.
You just gonna let it sit there and collect your 4.9% or whatever.
I
You
put
should
it
have
in.
put in the Doge.
I put it into a Swiss GoFundMe account that is off the grid.
Ooh, offshore account,
And
off-grid account.
It acquires 42% interest per day.
Well,
That's really good.
Wow,
I
that's
know.
really good.
And you have to have exactly a 520 credit score. to
Wow.
apply.
It's like the ghost of Bernie Madoff is helping her out there. I guarantee. All right, so with those 6 alleged groups of radio listeners, we can really only account for 1 or 2.
I'd say about 3.
3 of them. Okay, well, there you go. If you fall into any of these categories and you listen to this program, we would just say, thanks. Yeah. Nice of you to consider.
Now, we definitely interact with some, like the shut up and play the music guy. Like he's a rhythm rocker that has stumbled onto a talk show
Yes. Stumbled being the operative word there, yes. But the overall share of listening to audio is, by and large, still very much radio. Even with podcasts and things like that, radio gets the lion's share of people who are using audio for things. And within that, you get these people that your Drunk Sues and your Dicks and your Ricks and your Woodies and your... Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. You can watch, if you like, at alancoxshow.com and listen anywhere on that iHeartRadio app.
rage, uncomfortable muttering, and confused arousal.
Listener discretion is advised.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to get to us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to text me. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there. Thank you again to Jebeditha Pumpsplat, who's back there. That one didn't feel as good. Jebeditha Pumpsplat. Jebeditha. I don't know. I know you're Team Jebeditha.
Jebeditha. You're hitting the accent wrong.
Jebeditha.
Uh-huh. It's on the last syllable.
All right. Well, Bill's the only one who's had any contact with her, I assume. So
Emphasis. Sorry, not accent.
Emphasis on the wrong syllable?
That's what you're doing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've been known to do that a couple of times.
Jebeditha.
Indians off tonight. Cavs are on. Cavs coming off a loss in Chicago. They're going to try to not repeat that tonight in Detroit. We're going to play the Pistons. I don't even know who the Pistons have anymore.
But they're a lot of people.
There you go. Because Blake Griffin's not there anymore.
Nope.
He's barely there when he was there. So tonight, 7 o'clock. 6:30, we'll get out of here, and then right into your next keyword for Go Fund Yourself, and then right into Cavs Live, your pregame, and then 7 o'clock tip-off tonight at the Little Caesars Arena in downtown Detroit against the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons. Dennis Rodman, the Detroit Pistons, out there. So I'm doing errands over the weekend, And I'm always a little excited when I see like a new structure going up, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes they won't have a sign to tell you. They're trying to keep it secret, whatever. Like people are going to be taking pictures, whatever.
Yes.
And so I'm always flummoxed when I see something going up and then I don't see a sign. Future home of. I just like that, right?
You want to know what to get hyped for.
Yeah. Invariably, though, these days, it's just new fast food chicken joints, and I don't care. But there's a place not far from me, and it says, it's coming soon, Chase Bank.
Ooh.
I'm like, who the F is still building bank branches?
Chase?
Why are they constructing bank branches?
Dude, I've always been on team inside the bank. You guys
But
made
you
fun
are a
of me for
distinct
so
minority
long.
on that. There
I don't think that I am.
There cannot be enough people still going into the bank.
Old people love the bank.
Yes, under the age of 75, no one. But you got to staff these places. I mean, even if you're 75, you've been working with an ATM card for a while. You just need. Who's building bank branches? It blew my mind. It made me upset. I was like, of all the things to tell me you're building, a new bank branch?
Especially because there's a lot of places where you can just take over a building that's already empty.
It's like when they put a bank in a Taco Bell.
Yeah, or whatever, sure.
See it, yeah.
But even that, even putting a bank branch in an existing structure, like, what is the point?
I'm telling you, man.
We're working with apps on our phone, ATM machines.
Loans.
There's no...
People need to go in to get loans.
Rocket Mortgage. I see commercials all the time. Push a button, you got a mortgage.
Free Keurig cup coffee.
These cannot be constructed solely for people who are a couple inches away from death. They just can't be.
I think more people go into banks than you
Dude, a lot
think.
of people go. I wait in
there
lines
would have
at
to be,
banks.
because I didn't think anybody went into banks anymore.
I'm telling you, there's always people in the bank. Because the bank is something I always think I can do in 5 minutes, and it takes me a half hour.
But what I'm saying is, in lieu of a new branch being built, people would still be able to conduct their business.
Nope.
Yes, they would.
Nope.
They'd figure it out. They'd
And
go,
someone-
my checking's online. I've got an ATM card. I've got an app on my phone.
But it's just like when you think of people that listen to this show and they don't have the access to everything that we talk about, like, Netflix and Hulu and things like that. There's a lot of people that don't do that stuff.
Right, but they're
And
not
it's
building.
just like
but they're
banks.
not building Netflix branches.
Right,
You know what I mean? They're
But
building.
I'm saying is there are people that still use the brick and mortar format, and especially when it comes to a bank like Chase, which doesn't have a ton of branches around here, them trying to get a foothold into this area, I could see why they would want to build a branch.
There's things you have to go into the bank to do. You cannot
You can't
do
rob
everything.
a bank from home.
Right. How are you going to do that on the app? Like, you can only withdraw. But, like, if you have to withdraw a certain amount of money, like my bank card, I can't take more than $300 out of the ATM. So if I need a large amount of cash, what does that face?
What do you need a
I
large
didn't.
amount of
You have a
cash for?
$300 limit on your ATM card?
Yeah. I don't know if I set that 10 years ago or what, but like I cannot take more than that out. So if I need to withdraw more cash than that, I have to go into a bank to do that. I don't know if everybody's is that low, but I know that obviously exists.
And I know I'm going to hear it from people. Alan, you've always hated brick and mortar. Season 1 was okay, but it's not as funny as everybody says it is.
Are you talking about Rick and Morty? Is that the joke?
No, Bill.
We don't have the cricket sounds on this side.
Hold on.
Our silence is
We can't help you.
Our silence is the cure.
Yeah, right. I'd rather have the silence, actually. Stop all the chuckling. I'd rather have the silence.
Well, while we're doing bad jokes, I got one for you.
Well, hold on. Timing is everything in comedy, Bill. Timing is everything. Yes.
This is one I refrained from telling last night, like saying to my girlfriend, because she just got her hair all did, and it's all like purple and blue and all these crazy colors, and we were, doing some sexy time, and when I pulled down her underwear, I almost said, so it doesn't match the drapes, but I didn't do that. Now, I did tell her after, and then she was like, I don't know why I do things with you.
But also, with all due respect, why wouldn't she?
Why wouldn't she?
You can't.
Yes,
I mean,
the people have been doing that for decades.
But it's not worth it.
Isn't it?
I don't think so.
It would have removed
rub off
a
on
joke.
Your underwear.
It would have removed a bad joke. All kinds of awful things are rubbing off in your lady's underwear.
I don't know if
You're right. I'm crazy. You're the Miss Bank Branch. Build more bank branches over here.
We need
right.
more banks.
We need more bank branches.
I don't have enough places to go to get a random red sucker.
But you have also said you like the coffee. You like chatting with people.
I love it.
You are an 80-year-old woman. You're talking to people in the frozen food aisle.
I love it.
I'm just saying I understand why that is appealing to you.
There's a lot of people like me.
Doesn't require them to be building new branches. I was blown away by that.
There are other things like I
you
said,
better be selling burritos out of the drive-thru or something to make this a better deal. And again, I don't bank there. It's not even my bank, so I got no skin in the game. But I was just amazed. I'm like, who's building bank branches in 2021?
I don't know.
Chase.
Bob Barker.
Well, clearly Chase. Hello, who's this?
Yeah, this is Ed.
Ed, how are you?
I'm wonderful, Alan. Yourself?
Hanging in, man. What's going on?
Good. I was just saying, my wife works for one of the local bigger banks around here, and they've downsized. They've closed a bunch of branches and everything once they took over one of the other banks that was around here. And she's a banker herself, and she is busy constantly. I find it amazing how many people that she has every day. Some days she barely even gets a lunch because she's working, and they're open till like 6 o'clock every night, and they're constantly busy.
But she's in there like with an office doing mortgages and stuff, or what?
No, she doesn't do mortgages. She just opens accounts and does small loans and stuff like that. But mortgages is a whole different.
And so you're saying that now again, I hadn't considered something that Ed's probably referring to. If they were closing a bunch of nearby branches and consolidating to this new one, I would get that. But what you're describing, and again, I don't know anything about anything, but what you're describing sounds like something you wouldn't necessarily need to do in an office in a building. Or is it with meeting with clients you got to be there?
Yeah, she meets with people. She has they come in and they make appointments and stuff. And yeah,
okay,
I mean, it's all day that she does this.
So then maybe I'm just speculating. Maybe then these branches now are leaning more towards like wealth management and having people like Ed's wife in there, and then we also have one teller and one pneumatic tube if you still need the drive-through.
There's like 5 tellers on every time I go into the bank. I'm telling you.
The last time I went into my bank branch, there was like one teller for 4 of these things. I'm like, that makes sense. There's no one in here. I mean, as soon as you walk in the door, they're like, "Hi, can I help you? Can I do?" I'm like, this is why these places need to close. The people who work there are desperate for human contact.
I disagree.
All right, listen, thank you, Ed. I appreciate it. There's Ed, who, again, he knows more than I do. His wife, busy. Listen, I'm going to assume they know more than I do, obviously. Yeah. I was just very, very surprised to see a new bank branch going up.
What did you want to go up there? Because I feel like
you Raising Cane's or something?
No, you said you didn't want one of those either.
Local bicycle shop?
You said you were excited about something being built, and then when you found out it was a bank, you're like, well, I already have all the money, so I don't need that.
I didn't have any preconceived notions. You're asking me what I would have preferred. It's one of those things
No,
where
tell me now what you
I
would
don't
have
know until I saw.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't always know what I want
You know
until
what you
I see
don't
it.
want.
And not even that.
Yeah, no, you do know you
It's
don't
like-
want another
it's
chicken
like,
place or a
I
bank.
don't
He
know.
doesn't want the kind of riffraff that gets attracted
What
by
about-
banks going up.
Sometimes I don't even want to do something until somebody tells me I can't do it, and then that's all I want to do.
What about a combination chicken joint bank? Chicks and checks. You can go and rob it. You'll be mugging for nugs.
Give me all the nugs and put them in this giant cloth bag with a dollar sign on it.
And I
That's
ain't
to hide my
paying
nuggets.
extra for sauce.
That's right. I was just very surprised. Very surprised.
With drawing wings.
Too big to foul.
Hey!
Okay. Yeah. So, congratulations to them, to Chase Bank. But
Kentucky Fried Checking.
Yes. That's right. I don't have anything along those lines.
You have no bank/chicken
I have
puns.
no bank/chicken puns. I'm sorry.
It's like you don't have an interest in it.
24-hour beaking?
I mean, people do love eating the beak, so...
the best part.
I'm sure there's somebody. If there's somebody still going to a bank branch, there's somebody who's going to eat the beak off a chicken. Anything in the food industry is they don't use... Rooter to tooter, boy. They want to use every single part of that animal. So you telling me there ain't no beaks out there getting...
Not on purpose.
R.I.P. Clarence Beaks, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to leave us a message there. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys, it's Albert. It's the president of Mary's fan club, the Santoras.
Hey.
Listening.
The Santoras. You better do something with that.
Well, I told that. I don't know if he heard it. I told that on stage one time when I was first started comedy and I was still waitressing, not even bartending yet. A couple of my coworkers were like, "We're going to start your fan club. It's going to be called the Fantoras." So if he caught that from years ago, kudos to you.
Locked it away.
Yeah.
The Bill talking about how he would kill raccoons in the backyard. It reminded me of my dad. We live in the city, and he caught a raccoon, and it was a graduation party going on, and he said, "Go get your 22." And he grabbed the gun. He put the gun in the cage, and the raccoon grabbed the barrel of the gun and stuck it to his forehead, basically like daring him. My dad cooked a round off, and the raccoon shook the bullet off and just growled at him. And then he said, "Go get my Magnum and turn the radio up." And my dad won that battle, but that reminded me of that. All right, love you guys. Bye.
What is that? That all sounds made up. The raccoon shook off a shotgun round. Is that what he said?
No, he said like a 22 or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
he shook that off? It's a tiny animal.
Yeah, but it's a tiny bowl,
I
too.
picture their tiny little fingers putting a gun up to their forehead.
Man.
Poor guy.
No, I know a 22 is tiny, but that's all I would think a raccoon would require. I
Yeah,
got
I'm
a
guessing
letter-
he didn't get it to go through,
Like he angled it wrong or
yeah,
something?
angled it wrong and went probably through his, I don't
Oh,
know.
I don't want to know.
I got a letter from, I'll keep him anonymous, but he said, growing up, and I heard from a lot of people who grew up in rural communities who had very specific and graphic descriptions of things just like that. Growing up, my uncle took care of a farm that had black Angus cows, big, black-haired, grumpy cows. And every so often, he would have to put one down, similar reasons that all of the other callers had given, sick or old or whatever. My dad, my dad, huh?
There was a cop with black Angus.
He goes, you'd pen the animal, shot in the forehead to drop it, and then somebody else would cut the artery to bleed out. And if done right, the whole process is fairly quick. And then you then bring them in the barn and removed everything down to the meat, which was then picked up by a butcher to be processed. Grew up on grass-fed Angus beef. I didn't realize I was a steak snob until later in life. My job as the youngest on the farm was to clean up the mess when the body relaxed and let go.
Oh.
And it never happened in the pen, but always in the barn, so it needed to be cleaned up. And one time we had to put down an old bull. My uncle had the gun and my dad had the knife. My uncle shot it and it took off running through the fence. My uncle, who's 6'6", reacted reflexively and grabbed the tail and was then running with the bull, tail in one hand, rifle in the other, continuing to shoot in the back of the head.
Jeez.
And then he saw that we were kind of watching in shock. My dad then realized that he had the knife that would be needed when he finally dropped and he had to run after it.
Oh my goodness. That's traumatic.
You rural Americans are so crude with your humor.
It's traumatic to us, but it's to them. That's the story. I bet they sit around and tell.
Remember that one
time when that bull got away from us?
One time, and Percy's running after him, holding the tail, and he keeps firing in the back of his head, and this goddamn thing won't go down.
And Jebediah's over here, like, where am I supposed to stab him?
Jebediah. Jebediah.
Jebediah.
Jebediah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's
moo.
Right, there you go. The sound of an animal being put down with a shotgun in the back of the head.
Moo.
And a knife in the other hand.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
It's pretty wild.
It is.
Pretty wild. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, do that, 35192. To shoot a text. I'll have another chance for you to grab $1,000 at 6:30, and then your Cavs pregame set up, and then tip off tonight in Detroit. Cavs Pistons at 7 o'clock on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show.
press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan? The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to go. Cavs pregame next at 6:30, along with your next chance to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. So keep your ears open for that one. And we'll be back tomorrow. What do you got coming up, William?
I'm recording an album May 7th through 9th at Hilarities. You can get tickets at hilarities.com. They're about half sold out, so don't wait. You don't want to miss out on this. So get those tickets, and then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out The Bill Squire Show on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mary Lynn?
Next weekend, I'm going to be in Fort Collins, Colorado. So if you're in the Denver area, definitely come to those shows. I'm excited to get back on the road. It's my first weekend back out, so I'm very excited about that. Link is in my bio on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter Mary_Santora.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. If you want to listen to this program anytime, you can on the iHeartRadio app. You can watch it anytime you like. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And anytime you need to leave us a message, you can. The Alan Cox After Hours line is 216-986-8903. And that's it. Cavs pregame is next, and minutes away from another $1,000. So listen for that keyword. And thank you guys very much for hanging out. Whichever one of the 6 groups you fall into,